Right, good morning. My name is Parole Officer Wengertsman. Today is Friday, November 22nd, 2024, and this is our Public Act 23-169 hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. For the record, Mr. Collins, the state of Connecticut passed and made effective as of October 1st, 2023, the Public Act 23-169. It's an act concerning parole eligibility for an individual serving a lengthy sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21 and criminal record erasure. You fall under this act, and this means that you are under the age of 21, and that the board shall give great weight to the diminished culpabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity that you displayed while we are reviewing your suitability today. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certifying they have reviewed all statutorily required documents in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mr. Collins. I'm Jennifer Zaccagnini.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to meet you all.
Thank you. This morning in attendance, we also have Attorney Elizabeth Carlson. Attorney Carlson, if you don't mind stating your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Of course. Good morning, Elizabeth Carlson from the Public Defender's Office, 239 Whaley Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut, 06511, and my juris number is 443780.
Thank you very much. Also present this morning, we have State's Attorney Jackie Mehan. I'm sorry if I pronounced your last name incorrectly. If you can also please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Of course, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jacqueline McMahon. I'm a supervisory assistant state's attorney here at the Wyndham State's Attorney's Office. My personal juris number is 436867, and I work at the Danielson Courthouse at 120 School Street, Danielson, Connecticut.
Thank you very much. Also present today, we have Office of Victim Services, Ms. Vazquez, and sitting in with Mr. Collins, we have social worker Carrie Ann Isaacs and a paralegal Jennifer McCoy. Sure, this is a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 14, Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to this procedure. If you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. Mr. Collins, do you have any questions, and are you willing to proceed at this time?
No, I have no questions, and I'm ready to proceed.
Thank you. So as previously stated, this is a Public Act 23-169 hearing. It's being conducted in consideration of a parole application for Terry Collins, inmate number 203-02661. Mr. Collins is serving a sentence of 25 years flat with no probation to follow for murder. There is victim input in this case. There is also an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows that he has completed the following programs, which includes alternatives to violence, both basic and advanced, people empowering people, voices, as well as domestic violence. He's currently enrolled in the College Pell Grant Program and maintains a job assignment. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the RT falls within the low range risk for recidivism. Mr. Collins, this is now your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, and you may begin.
To the members of this board, those whom these proceedings concerned and impact, and all of today's viewers, good morning. I'd like to begin by acknowledging why we've all arrived to this moment. While it's true that today is an opportunity for me, I acknowledge that ultimately it has also come at the cost of Mr. Kenneth Bugby's life. So as it's always important for me to do, I'd like to take this opportunity to extend a genuine apology to Mr. Bugby and his family for my actions which caused his death, and everyone else impacted by his loss. We're here today to reconcile with my actions during my youth, my actions during my incarceration, and as a result, answering the question of where we go from here. Now, of course, the task of contextualizing my life up to and beyond the day of Mr. Bugby's death will be difficult. So too is the difficult task of every person involved with today's proceedings, being assured that 1, I am remorseful for my actions during my youth, and 2, that ultimately I've matured into a responsible adult that is suitable for society today. So while I acknowledge that the task before us will be difficult, I am thankful for today's opportunity. I'm thankful because it allows the illustration and witnessing of my accountability, my remorse, and how I've grown. Now, during my maturation, I've learned to believe that essentially people are good because they commit themselves to doing good, despite the fact that sometimes they can and will fall short of goodness. Eminent psychologist and Holocaust survivor Dr. Edith Edgar would agree, since she urges people to declare, yes, I made a mistake. It doesn't make me a bad person. My doing is not the entirety of my being. I am good. The essence of what Dr. Edgar urges is that while it is important to confirm our negative actions, it's equally necessary to affirm that we are not our negative actions, actually that we can and must transcend them. Well, I agree with what she urges because my experience during my incarceration confirms it. So ultimately, although I committed a rash act as an 18-year-old teenager, as a 39-year-old adult, I know that I'm prepared to be released back into society once again because I continue to demonstrate a commitment to meaningful care and consideration for others. Now, while this is the responsible person that I am today, I also recognize that it's been a process, and it's this process that I would like to share with you all moving forward. To explain my history before my crime, the most necessary place to begin is my childhood. As far back as I can remember, the unhealthy relationship that I had with my father, Mr. Terry Collins, and the unhealthy relationship that I witnessed between he and my mother, Mrs. Deborah Smith, is when my path of rash and compulsive behavior began. Now, early on, my father exposing me to his negative behavior impressed on me that such behavior equated to being rewarded. And really, this impression would stick with me until my father went to prison in 1991 and far beyond. In addition to the way that I internalized my father's incarceration was the domestic violence that I experienced at the hands of my mother's subsequent husband, Dennis Thomas. I witnessed him beat my mother, and then he would attack my brothers and me when we tried to come to our mother's defense. And despite the fact that we pleaded with her to put him out, she always took him back. Consequently, I developed a self-disdain because I didn't believe my mother loved me when allowing this person to continue living in our home. I also developed a resentment towards my mother because of this relationship. As a result of how I would internalize these traumas, I began to act out early on in my childhood. Now, during this time, the way my internalization of these traumas were addressed was by trying to correct my actions rather than on understanding the possible causes for my hopelessness and despair. Little attention was paid to my accomplishments and aspirations, or who I cared for, loved, or hated, what motivated and engaged me, what kept me stuck, or even what gave me peace. Such an address only exacerbated the difficulty of my childhood, and worse, it characterized me as a difficult child. Now, at this point, I encourage you all to consider that the trauma I experienced at home became so overwhelming that it interfered with my undeveloped ability to focus in school, going as far back as kindergarten. Also, my opposition to school had much to do with my inability to establish healthy relationships with other children while I was in school. Because after all, I learned at home that relationships were constructed on control and violence. And what I learned at home, I exercised at school and on the playground. Now, while it's true that I had a hard time making friends, it doesn't mean that I didn't make any at all. Besides my younger brother, Christian, the first meaningful friendship that I had on my own was when I met a kid in a juvenile detention center when I was 13 years old. His name was Jason, and he was a 17-year-old foster child from Brooklyn, New York. Jason took me under his wing while we were in the juvenile detention center, and he was someone who accepted me for who I was. And we would remain friends until, unfortunately, in 2002, he was murdered. Now, going in and out of juvenile detention between 1998 and 2002, eventually I was released shortly before my 17th birthday, and it was then that I moved to Connecticut. Now, at this point in my life, things really started to spin out of control. From my dysfunctional relationship with my father, my mother, and my then girlfriend, as well as the loss of our unborn child and the loss of both of my paternal grandparents 1 week apart. And finally, there's my extreme alcohol abuse that began when I was 12 years old. These traumas were the lead up to the night of my crime, the 49th day after my 18th birthday. Now, at this time, I didn't think about how my crime would impact my family or anyone else for that matter, since I was ill-equipped to think beyond the next day, and I virtually couldn't see that far. My susceptibility to the constant fear of all the violence I witnessed around me had a lot to do with my unhealthy choices. From my friend being violently killed, to the widespread use and selling of drugs in my neighborhood. Also, my desire to be like my father, who during my youth clearly set an unhealthy example of what it is to be a man. And then there was my experience of being placed in handcuffs at 12 years old, and my experience in the juvenile detention centers, where I was oftentimes coerced by staff members to fight other children who were deemed aggressive. It was also in these same detention centers that I witnessed sexual abuse on the most vulnerable children amongst us. As a result, I developed a desensitization of how I oriented myself to myself and the rest of the world. It's been deeply emotional coming to understand that for a long time, I was not equipped to meaningfully realize or appreciate that what I was doing was wrong, but not for the sake of refusing to. It was because I was a rash child and teenager who did not have nor fully understand the sensibility needed to appreciate the impact of my actions. And despite the fact that I was given several chances to learn my lesson, as a preteen and teenager struggling to reconcile with my actions and my traumas, learning my lesson became less of a priority, if at all. What I've learned about my life then is this. The only reason that I was actively destroying anything good in my life is because I hated who I was. But that's not the case today. And with that being said, by no means do I offer these realities of my life experiences as a justification or excuse for my actions during my youth, but only to give you a more complete picture of who I was and why I made some of the unhealthy choices that I did. At this time, I'd like to address whether I believe in the fairness of my sentence for my crime. On the one hand, given what society did not emphasize about the development of a young person's brain in 2003, I can understand how one might consider that my sentence was fair. But because there is an emphasis on it today, without being presumptuous, I think that we all can agree that my sentence could be fairly reconsidered. But I do appreciate the difficulty of even trying to reconcile with the idea of fairness, because I can imagine that for Mr. Bugby's family, they could care less on whether I believe if my sentence was fair or not. I mean, he's gone because of something that I did, and I'm pretty sure they think that's not fair. So while fairness is important to me, what is more important is the remorse that I have for everyone impacted by my actions during my youth. I didn't know Mr. Bugby well, but I can imagine that he suffered the night of my crime. And honestly, I think about him sometimes. Most recently, I thought about him during my college graduation as I had the opportunity to spend time with my family. And it was bittersweet because as I had to spend that time with my family, I was thinking about how many similar occasions has he missed out on because of what I did? Or how many similar occasions has his family missed out on with him because of what I did? Considering I've had an impact on his family, I feel disappointed, awful, and embarrassed to say the least. But during my maturation, I have thought and continue to think about what they go through. I think about them in their different stages of grief, possibly blaming themselves, maybe even thinking that he would still be alive if they did more. And I empathize with these thoughts because I know what it is to lose a loved one to a violent act and then blame myself. But the fact of the matter is that they are not responsible for the actions that caused his death. I am. And so I do think about them, and I empathize with them. More than anything, I hope Mr. Bugby's family will one day get to a place of healing. And not for the sake of forgiving me, but for the sake of having some meaningful peace in their lives. I also hope they see that my heart's changed because of the scar I've placed on theirs. And as I think about Mr. Bugby's family, I'm reminded about the children of the Mary R. Fisher Elementary School and how they had to internalize the trauma of knowing that somebody died on their school grounds. I'm also reminded about how my own negative actions impacted my own family. What I know about my criminal act that took all but 15 minutes is that it's had a lasting effect on a lot of people. Before my sentencing, I'll always remember Mr. Bugby's mother stating that 2 families lost someone. She lost her son, and my family lost me. And her words then could not have been truer. That's why today, I make amends by remaining dedicated to transforming the great pain that I caused into a greater purpose. And because my remorse as an action begins with my attitude, it's my sincerest hope that everyone impacted by my actions as a youth can see that my actions as an adult reflect my new attitude. And these are some of the reasons why emphasizing remorse is of great importance to me. Now, my institutional history reflects my remorse in action, which I would now like to take the time to highlight. I've taken DOC programs such as anger management, people empowering people, and domestic violence, as well as non-DOC correspondence courses such as the Stratford Career Institute, where I graduated as a certified healthcare aide. The program I'm currently in now is the Wesleyan Center for Prison Education Program, or CPE, and actually was through this program that I was able to earn and receive my associate's degree in general studies, graduating cum laude from Middlesex Community College. I'm also on track to graduate with a bachelor's degree in African American Studies from Wesleyan University in the fall of 2026. It's important to note that this college attainment represents a transformative experience of personal growth. And the upshot of all this is that I remain dedicated to programs today because I believe in what they offer me for tomorrow. Engaging in all of these programs, what I've learned is that my worst experiences can be my best teacher, catalyzing unforeseen discoveries and opening me up to new possibilities and perspectives. And these lessons are important because they will prevent me from reoffending. But of all the programs that I've taken, the one that I've benefited the most from is without doubt domestic violence. The program helped me understand how my own experience as a victim of domestic violence influenced my rash behavior as a youth. And so I'm committed to helping victims become survivors, equally as important so that they don't become perpetuators. The program also helped me recognize the seriousness of how domestic violence is socially undermined when it's only portrayed in a physical abuse context. Therefore, I'm determined to emphasize the need to pay attention to other forms of domestic violence, like verbal abuse, psychological abuse, and financial abuse, just to name a few, so that we can prevent the worst case scenarios from happening. The program also inspired me to acknowledge that because women are the most vulnerable to domestic violence, that it's incumbent upon me to use my male privilege as a means to be an ally for women's liberation from domestic violence. Essentially, I'm inspired to be for other victims of domestic violence what for a long time nobody was for my mother and me during our experience. I'm also inspired to be an example for my nieces and nephews. And finally, I'm inspired to teach both boys and men that a meaningful and healthy relationship with their intimate partner is demonstrated in a collaborative effort with them and never at the expense of them. And so this is why domestic violence is the program that I've benefited the most from. Equally important as the programs I've taken is my work history. I've had steady employment since 2008, and at present, I work as a unit maintenance worker cleaning showers. Actually, I chose this particular assignment because I believe that despite the fact it's considered a menial job, it offers me the opportunity to exercise humbleness as a work ethic. In fact, my work reports speak to this work ethic. And ultimately, my work history suggests that I am more than capable of maintaining and getting a job when I get home. My program and work history have much to do with my disciplinary record. Over the last 21 and a half years of my incarceration, I've worked hard to change the unhealthy things about me that ultimately put me in prison in the first place. And admittedly, that change didn't happen overnight, as I received several tickets within the first 3 years of my incarceration. However, I've not received a ticket since March 18th, 2006. And one reason is because on March 23rd, I was informed by my younger brother, Christian, that he was having a daughter. And even though I was already an uncle, this child just inspired something different in me. And honestly, I just wanted to be someone different for that little girl. Well, the little girl who inspired me then is the young lady who inspires me today. And her name is Liliana. 6 months after I found out about her, I earned my GED. And a full circle moment recently happened when Liliana and I both earned our associate's degree 1 week apart. And I can say that it's really one of the proudest moments that I've ever had in my life. Also, my early transition has much to do with my Islamic faith because it inspired me to challenge my old ways of thinking and living and to realize that these ways are not sustainable. And finally, during my early transition, I had the assistance of 2 retired DOC clinicians, Mrs. Roxanne Darby and Miss Angela Washington. They were pivotal in helping me heal because they focused less on trying to correct my behaviors and more on what drove those behaviors. And in the end, they helped me understand how I was hurting myself and others, but equally as important, how I can begin to get on my road to making amends for that hurt. So while my ticket history makes it seem that I matured overnight, I promise that it's been a process catalyzed by the birth of my niece, religion, and therapy. My maturation and disciplinary record reflects that for most of my incarceration, I have been and remain an exemplary incarcerated person. Now, on November 16, 2022, I appreciated the opportunity of being able to talk about my maturation during my commutation hearing. And that hearing, similar to this one, doesn't represent me taking another bite at the apple, but it represents me presenting who I am with the confidence of knowing that not only am I prepared to be released back into society, but that I'm ready to be a contributing factor to society. Ultimately, the hearing went well from my perspective. And admittedly, I was frustrated when I wasn't released because my mother just suffered a heart attack and I couldn't be there to help her. But I saw even this as an opportunity to either focus on my frustration or my freedom. I chose my freedom then, and I choose it today, because the worst prison is actually not the one that I've been in the last 21 and a half years. It's the one that I once built for myself as a youth that ultimately cost Mr. Bugby his life. In the end, my hearing was important to me because it highlighted that I was doing things the right way, even when they didn't go my way. I would now like to describe my reoffending challenges and my reentry plans for the future as they relate to my freedom. As for my reoffending challenges, I know the hardest thing I will have to do is transition from prison to society. But I know the healthiest way for me to work through such a challenge will be to seek therapy. Another challenge will be, while healing from my prison traumas, also being in relationships, both intimate and non-intimate. And since I come with different types of trauma, it's important to have relationships that value being informed of what those traumas can look like so that we can create a safe space for each other. Also, there's my childhood history with alcohol abuse. Now, alcohol is the substance of choice that I've struggled with the most, and I acknowledge that I was a youth who heavily abused alcohol. But I've never been an alcoholic adult, and I'm proud to say that I've now been sober since March 23rd, 2006. That's 19 years and 8 months tomorrow. This is longer than any amount of time that I actually spent drinking. In fact, it surpasses the amount of time that I came into prison as a youth. This is a result of being aware of my triggers. And that's why if I were granted parole and required to go to treatment, I would do so. And actually, this is why I attend AA meetings when I can. Now, given my sober time, although I don't consider myself high risk anymore, I still operate like I am. And as a result, this operation has contributed to the success of my sobriety. Also, I've reached out to mentors at the CCAR Center on Chapel Street in New Haven so that I can establish an expanded network of people who can help me maintain the success of my sobriety once I transition back home. And because I do have 2 sponsors who do not use substances and will hold me accountable for maintaining my sobriety, the risk of me relapsing is non-existent, as has been demonstrated over the 19 plus years of my sobriety. So while I do have a sense of what my challenges are, I have a greater sense of knowing that I can be successful whenever I encounter them. Now, if I'm granted parole today, my short-term goals are to live with my mother in a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment located in West Haven, Connecticut. Next, after being trained, I will work virtually in the billings department of my aunt and cousin's company called Lifespan. Now, this is a company that equips families to care for their loved ones living with autism. The Wesleyan CPE program is also dedicated to helping me get registered as a Wesleyan student in the fall of 2025 if I'm released this year. I also intend to reconnect with my mentors, a Mr. Mark Aldridge, a retired DOC employee, and Mrs. Beth Young, a writing contributor to the local Newtown newspaper. I met them when I was in a playwriting program at Gardner CI, and they now run a nonprofit organization called Theater Arts and Opportunities that help at-risk youth in Bridgeport. I will assist them in helping these youths become playwrights and tap into their own creativity, and hopefully offer them another means for trying to reconcile with their own traumas. My long-term goals are to eventually get my own apartment, and after getting my bachelor's degree, I will explore different resources for financial aid so that I can go back to school for my master's degree in social work. Eventually, I intend to become either a social worker and/or a trauma therapist, since I desire to help families heal from being impacted by the intersection of domestic violence and mass incarceration. And finally, during the process of the aforementioned long-term goals, if I'm suited for the opportunity when it arises, then I look forward to becoming someone's husband and perhaps someone's father. Now, of course, these goals are contingent on my going home, and going home for me looks like the actualization of being able to love my family and friends without any more restrictions. Also, to exercise my full autonomy as a responsible adult. And finally, to see my dreams and aspirations encounter their fullest potentials and opportunities. This is what going home looks like for me. And even though it's true that 21 and a half years is a long time to be incarcerated and that a lot has changed, still, my goals for my future rest on the principles that I have today, which can and have proven to always transcend both time and change. So I'm assured that I can and will use the tools that it takes to address any reoffending challenges, and that I will follow through on my reentry plans for the future. Now, what will help me be successful is the support networks that I have. Although I'm not originally from Connecticut, I do have support here, such as the healthy relationships that I've been able to establish with men in prison who have now gone home to become productive members of their own communities. In fact, one of my dear friends, a Mr. Michael Braun, a man who, after serving over 2 decades in prison, has gone home to become a small business owner, a paralegal, and a law student at the UConn Law School in Hartford. Also, I have the support of the Wesleyan CPE staff and my support of Wesleyan faculty members, helping me identify resources to aid my successful transition. They will open up their office to me so that I can continue receiving education advising, training in digital skills, and support for job searches for my further career-related goals. And finally, but for sure not least, I have the support of my mother. She's been my greatest support during my whole incarceration and honestly, my whole life. And while this is just some of the support networks that I have in Connecticut, my network does expand beyond Connecticut by way of other family and friends. For example, I have an invitation to work with a Mr. Julio Medina, who runs a nonprofit organization in Harlem, New York, called the Exodus Transition Community. This is an organization that helps those coming home from prison successfully reintegrate back into society. So to be sure, I do have support networks in and out of Connecticut. Now, I know that mentioning my mother as a support network draws attention to where we're at today and where I'm at with my father. As for my mother and me, our relationship and our path to healing began with acknowledging the harm we've caused each other. And ultimately, we've committed ourselves to nurturing our respective gifts rather than fulfilling an expectation from one another. Our relationship is an ever-growing one, and what I've learned about my mother is this: she doesn't do things for me to get something from me. No. Everything my mother has ever done for me or has tried to do for me was out of a place of love. And of course, she hasn't always hit the mark, but what parent has? The kind of love she's shown me is the kind of love I'm guided by today. And we're committed to cultivating our relationship. And I'm honored to know that according to my mother, I'm the man she respects the most on this side of heaven. Her sentiment gives me great faith that she won't treat me like a child because I know she sees me as a man. And so I thank you, Umi. While this is the relationship I'm able to develop with my mother, unfortunately, I can't say the same for my father since he passed away on May 28th, 2022. Nevertheless, my father and I were able to get to a place of reconciliation. where my content for our relationship offered him the much needed peace to be content with his death. Now, please let me be clear. I love and I miss my father, and my holding him accountable does not mean that he does not still hold a place in my heart. I was able to heal because I forgave my father. And my relationship with my father taught me this, that only I can decide if a relationship depletes me or empowers me. So I thank you, Dad. Naturally, I'm thankful to all the support that I've received over the years. After all, when I legally changed my name in 2009, I chose the name Shakur in part because it means thankful. So to all of those who've ever supported me, I'm thankful to and for you, because you finding meaning in my life helped me find meaning in the life of others, as well as my own. And so I only hope that I can be for you and others what you all are continuously for me. Now, as I have the opportunity to thank those who have been here for me, it's not lost on me that Mr. Bugby and his family won't be able to do the same for each other. So as I conclude my address, I'd like to once again take this opportunity to extend a genuine apology to Mr. Bugby and his family. I'm sorry. And I'll always be sorry. And I don't say sorry to make myself feel better. But I say sorry because it's the responsible thing to do, because I hold on to the hope that as you go on your path to healing, it'll help you as well. So I'm truly sorry. As for the members of this board, I recognize the task ahead of you. I'd like to say that I appreciate you all taking the time to listen to me. It's my hope that as you consider my release from prison today, that you're further inspired by the following three things. One, during my graduation, we had the honor of having President Joe Biden's Secretary of Education deliver the commencement speech, Secretary Miguel Cardona. And in his speech, he emphasized 2 points, choices and chances. Well, I hope the choices that I've made during my incarceration show that I'm ready to be, I'm ready for a second chance to be part of society again. And two, I hope that you all believe unequivocally as I do, that my potential is not limited to these prison walls, but rather my potential extends beyond them, and that the skies are my limit. And finally, it's a request that I learned in my Japanese class. Kyou wa yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Arigatou gozaimasu. Which translates, as for today, I humbly ask that you all look upon me favorably. I thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Collins, for your statement. Clear, you put a lot of effort into that because you provided us with a lot of information. How long have you been working on that statement?
It took me about 2 weeks to write it, and then about another week and a half to edit it. You know, I really couldn't focus on it as much because I'm in the middle of a semester right now. So.
Okay. Well, Mr. Collins, we appreciate that. In addition to your statement, we have reviewed, this panel has reviewed extensively your case file, which includes court documents, the police reports, the pre-sentence investigation transcript, as well as your accomplishments throughout your time with the Department of Correction, your educational transcripts, letters of recommendation, evaluations from the programs you've taken, of course, disciplinary reports too from early on. In addition, we reviewed the packet that was submitted by Attorney Carlson and the report from social worker Isaacs. So we have thoroughly reviewed your case. We do have some additional questions. When we're done with our questioning, we'll turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services for input from the victim's family. And then Attorney Carlson and Attorney McMahon from the State's Attorney's Office will have the opportunity to speak. We will render our decision here today. Okay, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
We'll begin with my colleague, Mr. Pohl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Collins.
Good morning.
Couple of things. One is congratulations on that associate's degree. I know the last time that we saw each other during the commutation hearing, you were still working on that. And
Thank you.
I'm really, you know, your education plan is incredible. You know, and I don't know, you know, eventually where you want to go into social work. But your insight into not only yourself, but the people around you, is incredible. You know, actually thinking deeply about how your actions have affected others and things that they might be contemplating. You know, just it goes to show you've really considered what you've done, you know, and the effect that that's had on people, you know, people that loved the victim in this case very much. You know, as you laid out everything for us, you know, we're usually in a place where we try to dig for some additional information, some additional answers to questions that we might have. But you certainly covered like everything. And not only everything, but with your release plan, just like even how each action will produce or goal or action will produce certain things. You've thought it through, you know. That's not what happened, you know, that's not what happened back on May 19th, 2003. You weren't thinking at all. You know, and that's, it shows the maturation, you know, and it shows what you've tried to do. I'm really at a loss for questions because of how well you've covered absolutely everything. You know, I know that you've done well. You know, there's nine DRs, only 2 of them since you've been sentenced. And those are nonviolent DRs from going on 20 years ago. You've addressed so many things. I really, you know, I'm really hopeful that DV is something that you use that social work for. Too often, too many men don't get it. And what you said about being an ally that understands, but then even went further into sharing how you understood and using your own personal experiences to know not only what the problem is, but what to do about it. You know, how many people out there lose their lives in a DV related incident, right? And for you to be able to head off in that direction, and I'm not sure, but is that what is where are you headed with where you headed with masters in social work?
So yeah, I'd like to get into the field of some type of therapy, but before getting that deep into it, what I really would like to do is just be able to work with like a lot of nonprofit organizations, particularly around domestic violence. In fact, I'm in conversation with one of the teachers here who she teaches cosmetology, and I was watching a public television program, and I was informed about how in different states they're coming up with legislation to give tax breaks and such to people who own salons, so that their employees can get trained in domestic violence, because oftentimes women are coming through these spaces, and so being able to give them a resource where it doesn't make them feel ashamed, because salons and barbershops, these are places of ease and to get away from. And so me and the teacher are working with ideas to, in the event that I do go home, come up with ideas for legislation that we can offer to our local legislators about trying to get something done, but not just on the outside. Also, I've been talking with the commissioner of the Department of Corrections, as well as some of the deputy wardens here, about trying to get a mass implementation of domestic violence on people who, even if it's not on their OAP, because the reality is this, that even if you have never been arrested for domestic violence, 3 out of every 5 people have experienced it. And then oftentimes 3 out of those same 5 will go on to perpetuate it. And so I can imagine there's some instance within the prison system that somebody has experienced domestic violence, and I know how pivotal it can be. And so between that and then like mass incarceration, having been in here for the last 21 and a half years, and then not just being in here, but also I've been arrested since I was 12 and been coming in and out of juvenile detention since I was 13. So it's not just about being able to offer services for people who are on the other side of domestic violence, but really trying to offer it to those before they even get there.
And that's the piece that I was really talking about. A man being able to talk to other men about what's going on. And that's not saying that women don't perpetuate domestic violence at times, against men, but it's often men that just don't get it.
And I'd like to be clear, because what I don't want to do is like get into a superhero syndrome, like I'm coming to save the day, right? My hope is that I'm only there to affirm the power that victims of domestic violence have within their own selves. Because I know for a long time, my mother didn't feel empowered. As a child, I didn't feel empowered. And so we didn't know how to reconcile with that situation. And so I'm not coming in to be nobody's superhero. I'm coming in to be an ally, as I said.
I definitely don't hear a superhero. I hear one person who understands a great deal and has the ability to do something with it. Oftentimes we talk about during hearings like this or commutations, a life is gone. But when people who committed offenses like that can dedicate themselves to things that can help other people not be victims like you caused, right? That says a lot, right? And certainly you've done some really positive things, mentorship, mentorship and AVP, and other things like that. It's really important. The understanding that somebody who's young, and their actions, actually can result because of what they're not getting. I heard you. I heard you, you know, when your mother was going through what she was going through with your dad, and you were trying to bring yourself up, you know, and you reached out for influences. Like, too many young people actually look to the wrong influences, you know, and it takes a while for it to get sorted out in their heads, if it ever does. I'm glad it's been sorted out in your head. You know, I just, tragedy that's happened here. And I really think that you have the ability to positively affect the community. And I'm really sure of that. And there's not much that we can be absolutely sure about in hearings like this. I appreciate all of the work that you've done and all of the insight that you've had and all of the really active remorse that you've displayed. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pohl. Mr. Collins, I do really need to point out this was a horrific and senseless crime. Reading the police report and the other documents with the details was a difficult thing. And I'm sure it haunts your victims' family members on a daily basis. Can't take that away from them, unfortunately. You have acknowledged responsibility and taken full accountability for your actions for many years now. And I appreciate, and I hope any of the victims' family members who are listening can get something from hearing the remorse that you've expressed to them, because that is something that you should live with and also experience for the rest of your life. I'm happy to see all of the things that you've done. You had nothing but positive reports from the Department of Correction for all of the many things that you've accomplished. A Wesleyan education is no easy feat. We all know that. I hope you can appreciate what that means, the value of that education, and that you will continue to use that education and all of your training and education to give back to the community, because you did take a lot from the community, and you owe that to everybody. I did see that you were a certified healthcare aide. Did you have the opportunity to utilize those skills?
Very much informally. So there was on one occasion where I had a cellmate who was going into heart palpitations and like difficulties, and at the time the officer didn't know what to do until the response team came to help him. But in the interim, I was able to help my cell, the person that I was living in the cell with, get some form of relief until medical showed up. So that's the only time really informally I've ever had to use it. But as soon as I got my degree from Stratford Career Institute, I moved here to Cheshire so that I can get into the Wesleyan program. So, and the hope was that the plan was if I didn't get into Wesleyan, that I would go into McDougal CI so that I can actually exercise my training in the CNA program up there.
Okay.
But fortunately, I was able to get into the Wesleyan program.
Yeah. We read that you were a mentor in the TRUE unit for 6 months. Now, we hear a lot about the TRUE unit and all that it has to offer young inmates. Tell us about your experience there and why you chose to leave.
So, first, it was an experience that you can only, as a person who hasn't been up there, you idealize that experience. And what I mean by that is you hope that there's a space where you can get to and a place that you can get to where when you're dealing with staff as a person trying to deal with taking responsibility, remorse, and your own traumas, that the relationships are not antagonistic. And so as I was able to share that space with other officers, to see that my experience wasn't exclusively my own, because even before I was in that program, my relationship with staff was always healthy. And I think that's in part was one of the reasons why I've been able to like concentrate a lot of my energy on being remorseful and doing all of the positive things, because I wasn't so distracted by feeling like, well, that's the police, or I have to have an antagonistic relationship with them. So being up in that space and seeing that, no, that actually is, that debunks the narrative that within the Department of Corrections, there has, just because I'm an incarcerated person and just because this is a corrections officer, that the relationship has to be antagonistic. So that's what I appreciated while I was up there. That being said, what I also know is this, that the more you take people who are deemed qualified to be in spaces like that out of like forgotten spaces, the more those forgotten spaces will continue to perpetuate all types of different violences upon itself. And so it was important for me to be able to be in spaces where guys who don't get a chance to go up to the true unit and see that a relationship with an officer doesn't have to be antagonistic. They can see that relationship even in those dark spaces. And please let me be clear, I'm not trying to elevate myself as some type of important person. But what I do know is that when you take responsibility for your own life, the impact that that has on somebody else being able to see that is important. And I know that from my own personal experience, because, you know, I only listed a few people who have been here for me, but my successes have never been mutually exclusive to myself. They've been at they've come at the hands of counselors, other incarcerated men. I can go on really. And so it was important for me to, as it were, do the grassroots level work as well.
Thank you. In what year did you change your name, and what was the catalyst for doing so?
So I changed my name legally in 2009. However, I had adopted the name probably about 2 years before that. In 2006, I had converted to Islam, and one of my mentors, he's passed away now due to COVID, Mr. Mustafa Austin. He just started calling me Shakur, and I was like, why are you calling me that for? He's like, because every time I do something for you, you're saying thank you. Or every time I see, even when I see you talking to the officer, oh, can you pop us this cell? Thank you. And so it just kind of, I took it on like, you know, I guess it was something that he seen in me that was a personification. And so really, I really tried to live up to that name by just being thankful. And what I mean by thankful, by being present in every moment. And although it's been a journey, it's one that I've been very much intentional about. And so that had a lot to do with it, as well as because I'm Muslim and it's an Arabic name, it just made sense.
Okay. What are you doing right now in the prison?
Right now, like I'm literally in the middle semester. Actually, I got an exam this afternoon after this hearing, so my final exams. Yeah.
What classes are you taking?
This semester I'm taking Japanese advanced, decolonizing education, the history of religious leaders, and macroeconomics.
Okay. Yeah, that's a full course load for sure. All right, thank you for speaking with me. I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Ms. Chance.
Yes, so, Mr. Collins, I would like to go back to March 26, 2006, when you said you found out you were going to be an uncle again. And that triggered something that caused you to want to really work on yourself and be a better person. So you said you focused on that, religion, and therapy. How did you come up with those three things?
So like I said, so with my niece, it was like she was the catalyst, and I think really it had a lot to do with my younger brother, because my younger brother, like, we were best friends. We are best friends, right? And like I said, I had nieces and nephews. I had a niece and a nephew before, but when he told me that he was going to be an uncle, like, the thought came to me that in the event anything ever happened to him, I need to be able to show up for that little girl in the best way that I could, even if it meant being behind prison, right? And so, like, and it wasn't difficult. Trust me, it was arduous, because while I have this ideal in my mind, I still have these other notions of I have to be a prisoner as opposed to be a person who happens to be in prison, right? I had to debunk that, and so she was the catalyst, and so it was a topsy-turvy situation. But also, what helped me, like, what brought relief to that situation again, was the people who were actively choosing to invest in me. And I had to ask myself, why people care about me? Why are people still showing up for me when I don't show up for myself? And I had to have a real, and you know, one thing prison does, it makes you do one of two things: sit with yourself and have to reconcile that, or bury yourself deep in your trauma and then continue to perpetuate all type of violence on other people. And I chose the former, the latter. And so that's where the therapy came into place, where now I have the birth of my niece, and I have clinicians and unit managers who are investing in me. Like, I literally had one of my unit managers tell me, I'm not letting you leave this space until you get your GED. Right?
That was very interesting, because you got your GED that same year in November.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask you another question. So you talked about at the commutation hearing that when you thought you were going to go out right away, that you experienced two things, or you thought about two things: your frustration and freedom. And you decided to choose freedom. Was that before you got the results of the commutation, or knowing that you still had some more work to do?
I would say both, because I feel like before I went into that commutation, I should caveat it with this, or preface it with this. Freedom, to me, what I learned, is a state of mind, right? I'm incarcerated, but doesn't mean I don't have to be free. And so before I went into that commutation hearing, I felt like I was free because I was exercising at that time who I was and who I was dedicated to becoming in the most healthiest ways. To me, that's freedom, right? Now, if I'm being honest, sure, I was frustrated, because I don't want to undermine. I don't want my successes to undermine the reality that prison is also a traumatic experience, right? And I don't want to wash over that. And so when you can get away from that trauma, when you have to come to a realization that, okay, these are some things that I'm gonna have to continue to experience, it's like, okay, but as the proverbial statement goes, the show doesn't stop; it must go on, right? And so for me, it was like, okay, I was never entitled to that anyways. Just like I'm not entitled to this. I don't feel entitled. But one thing I know is that I work hard, and I'm very intentional about that. And I can rest my laurels on that. I can't control anything else. And really, my frustration was predominantly around the fact that, my mother just had a heart attack, and a person who is qualified to take care of somebody like that, I can't do that. And it was frustrating for sure, but it wasn't the thing that I focused on. I pivoted and said, okay, it's time to just keep doing the work.
That must have been a very tough decision for you to make, and to accept that you were trained to go and take care of your mother, because I read that whole piece about what you were feeling, and the fact that you can't, or you couldn't. But you thought about the bigger picture, which I thought was pretty relevant. And I think what I like about what you're saying is, from that date on, I looked at all the notes that I took. Everything just sort of fell into place for you. But I think what was pretty important for me, Dave, listening to your statement for 32 minutes, which I thought was, pretty spellbound, was your commitment to advocate for women and children of domestic violence. And it spoke to your experience when you were younger and growing up, and what you're aware of what's going on in today's society. So, I know that you are well equipped to go out and give back, and I certainly hope, if the victims are listening, that they hear the remorse that you have expressed and the fact that you're still here, but that when you go into the community, you want to give back what you took from the community, and you want to go beyond that.
Certainly.
So thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank
At this time, we'll turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services for input. Ms. Vazquez, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I was having some technical difficulties. I have a couple of statements that the victim's family have asked me to read on their behalf. For 21 years, my husband and I have gone to the cemetery almost every day. I told my son that it's too bad that someone had ended your life the way it did. I asked God to bless Kenny and take care of him. We miss him all the time. He was a real good person. He was well liked. He was well liked. Terry is going home to his family. My son isn't coming home. I hope you realize that what Terry has done. I hope he's changed for the better. If not, God help him. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. James Bugley. The next statement reads, he killed my brother when he was 44 years old. When Terry Collins is done with his sentence, he will be 44 years old. The irony in that is beyond my understanding and leaves us with a heavy heartache. Terry Collins should not have rights to appeal or apply for anything. He should stay incarcerated until he serves all of his time. On behalf of my dead brother, Kenneth Bugbee, and his children and family, I ask that you decide to keep Terry Collins, who premeditated the murder of my brother and their father, then lied to the court for almost 2 years until he was found out and accepted a plea deal, incarcerated for as long as possible, as we feel he is a danger to our family and society as a whole. Thank you for your consideration. Madam Chair and board members, these are all the statements that I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, we'll afford the attorney an opportunity to make a statement. We will begin with State's Attorney McMahon. If you have any comments or statements you would like to make, you may do so now.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Zaccagnini, Ms. Chance, Mr. Pohl. I want to thank the board for allowing me a chance to speak on behalf of State's Attorney Mahoney and for accommodating me remotely this morning. We've heard a lot about Mr. Collins already this morning. I just want to take an opportunity to highlight Mr. Kenneth Bugbee for you all. At the time of his murder, Mr. Bugbee was 44 years old, as you just heard from his sister's statement. He was married with 2 children, And he struggled in many of the ways that Mr. Collins shared that he has struggled. Kenneth was not a perfect man. No one is, but he was loved, and he is still very loved by his family and those that knew him. His life had value, and his life was taken from him brutally by Mr. Collins on May 19, 2003. On that day, Mr. Collins drove Kenneth in Kenneth's car to Fisher Elementary School in Thompson. And while there, Mr. Collins unsheathed a 14-inch blade that he regularly kept on his person. He referred to it as his sword. He then proceeded to stab Kenneth 7 times, twice in the front of his body, in his stomach and chest, and then 5 times in his back. Mr. Collins then went back into Kenneth's car and sat for 5 minutes in the parking lot while Kenneth lay dying. 5 minutes. After those 5 minutes, Mr. Collins exited the car, went back to where Mr. Bugbee lay, and proceeded to drag him across the parking lot of that elementary school. Along the way, Mr. Collins had to stop 3 times, struggling with the weight of Mr. Bugbee. But he persisted, and he managed to drag Mr. Bugbee all the way across the parking lot to the tree line adjacent to some baseball fields near that elementary school. And then Mr. Collins dumped Kenneth there, where he died in pain, alone, and in the dark. Mr. Collins then left, got back into Kenneth's car, drove to his mother's house, where he picked up a fresh set of clothes. He went back to a party that was going on and met up with his girlfriend, asked his girlfriend to wash the clothes he was wearing when he murdered Kenneth. And then that next morning, Mr. Collins gathered up the laundered bloody clothes, his 14-inch sword, and its sheath, and brought them to the river. And he threw those items in the river and then waited and watched as the evidence of his crime drifted away in the water. All the while, Kenneth Bugbee remained abandoned in the woods line of that elementary school. He wasn't discovered until the next day, at the end of the school day, because school was in session that day. He was discovered by a teacher, and the teacher immediately summoned the help of a baseball coach who was in one of those nearby baseball fields practicing with the varsity baseball team. And finally, Mr. Bugbee received some help that he needed. Later, Mr. Collins was interviewed by police, and he lied elaborately about where he was and what he did that night. It was only after hours that Mr. Collins eventually told the truth, and we found out, at least in part, what happened that night, though we will never really understand why. And we're here today because of those actions, because of Kenneth Bugbee's murder. And Mr. Collins pled guilty to that murder in 2005. He reached an agreement with the state and convinced the court that 29 years was the appropriate sentence for him. His age at the time was a significant factor in determining the appropriateness of that sentence for these actions. At his sentencing on June 24th, 2004, attorney Tom DeLillo for the state told the court that this was, quote, a true plea agreement. There's no right to argue, no sentence review right. Judge Danahy then went on to tell the Bugbee family that this part of their grieving process, referring to the criminal prosecution part, the criminal aspect, that chapter was closed for them. And they could now hopefully put that behind them and move on and deal with their grief in other ways. Well, they haven't gotten the benefit of that deal that was agreed to back in 2005. Instead, in 2022, Mr. Collins' sentence was commuted and reduced to the statutory mandatory minimum of 25 years. That is the lowest that our law permits an individual who is convicted of murder to serve. He's got that now. That's his sentence. And at that hearing, the board heard much of what's been shared today regarding his lack of disciplinary history, his program successes while incarcerated. He thereafter filed a sentence modification request that was denied because the court has no authority to reduce it lower than the statutory mandatory minimum, which he now has. But yet he's here now, again, asking for a further reduction of the time that he agreed to serve, that the family accepted he would serve. I spoke with Mr. Bugby's sister yesterday, and she pointed out to me what she shared with this board, that if Mr. Collins receives the full 25-year sentence, he will be released at approximately age 44. And that has a type of poetic justice to it, that he would get to begin his life again at the age Kenneth was when his life was so brutally taken from him. And then hopefully, of course, Mr. Collins will be able to live at least 44 more years to give him that chance to engage in the plan that he's presented to the board today, engage in all of the positive ways he plans to change his community, contribute to his community, all while he reintegrates back into society. And genuinely, on behalf of the state, we hope he succeeds in all of those plans because his life too has value. But we're asking that wait for the appropriate time after he's paid that debt to society for his actions, because this murder was brutal. Judge Danahy at sentencing acknowledged the lack of humanity demonstrated by Mr. Collins' actions that day. At this proceeding, the board is tasked with considering Mr. Collins' youth at the time of the offense, with the idea that adolescents, even later age adolescents, are still in the process of developing their brain. And as a result of that ongoing development, their actions can be characterized by impulsivity and an absence of deep thought about the consequences of their own actions. But these proceedings are not held in order to rubber stamp early release. The board is tasked with considering the serious nature of the charges and the needs of society together with the portrait of the offender, both at the time that they committed the offense and who they are today, having taken advantage of the many opportunities they're afforded while incarcerated. And there's no doubt that Mr. Collins has engaged in those opportunities, and the state certainly credits that. But Mr. Collins' actions the night that he murdered Mr. Bugby do not reflect that characteristic impulsivity and thoughtlessness of adolescence. Instead, Mr. Collins took time to think on May 19th, 2003. He thought about how to cover up his actions, underscoring just how seriously he understood the consequences of those actions would be. Mr. Collins, in his statement today to the board, characterized his actions as rash, but that's simply not supported by the facts of the case. Mr. Pohl, you also made a comment that Mr. Collins wasn't thinking at all on May 19th, 2003. But again, the facts show that he was thinking and that he intentionally took time to think about his actions and how to avoid the consequences for them. He was thinking about himself. That he's matured over time isn't in dispute, but these hearings cannot simply focus on how he's developed over the course of time. That's to be expected. But this board is also obligated to balance and consider the needs of society and the purposes of sentences for the intentional, thoughtful, cold, and calculated actions that are at issue in this particular case. The state is, as a result, asking this board deny Mr. Collins' petition for early release, hold Mr. Collins to the bargain that he agreed to and his current release date, which is just about 3.5 more years away. To continue to protect society, to honor the victims in this matter, Mr. Bugbee and his family and his loved ones, and to finally give them what everyone hoped that they would get when the sentence was initially handed down, and that's a chance to finally close this chapter. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney McMahon. At this time, Attorney Carlson, if you have any remarks or statements you'd like to make, you may do so now.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank the board members for the opportunity to speak with you all this morning. I would also like to thank Shakur for allowing me to be part of his team. It has been an absolute honor and a privilege to be part of his team. And I say part of his team because that's really what we've been. Myself, Carrie Ann, our social worker, and Jen, our paralegal, have been Shakur's support team. When I first met Shakur earlier this year, it was evident that he had already done the work to prepare for release into the community. He didn't need us to tell him what he needed to do or what he needed to say. He is already, and has been for many years, a true example of someone who has been preparing every single day for life outside of prison walls. It also quickly became clear to me that he was not doing this work for the purpose of getting released. He was doing it because he is constantly striving to be a better person for not only himself, but for others. Every single time I've spoken with Shakur, he begins by asking how I am, how my day or how my week has been, and he genuinely cares about the answer. He also always shares a new story about a young man he's trying to connect with and mentor in prison, an interesting challenge in the classroom, or a new goal that he has set for himself. Shakur is genuine, motivated, thoughtful, insightful, intelligent, and caring. In the time that Shakur has been incarcerated, he has accomplished many extraordinary things. I won't recount them here because I think he's done a very good job of doing that already himself this morning, but I do want to emphasize how much he has accomplished during his time in prison. Shakur has held many different jobs, and he's received excellent work reviews from his supervisors at work. As he spoke about already this morning, for a short time, he was a mentor in the TRUE program. And during one of our visits, we were talking about his time in the TRUE program and why he wanted to leave. And similar to as he discussed already this morning, he told us that although he enjoyed being a TRUE mentor, he felt that he could have an even greater impact by staying on his regular unit and mentoring young men who were not in the TRUE program but could benefit from mentoring nonetheless. I think this is really a perfect example of who Shakur is at his core. Someone who is constantly trying to better himself so that he can help others. These experiences, his work ethic, and the dedication that he has displayed while incarcerated has prepared him for employment at his family business upon his release and any other employment opportunities that he chooses to seek out. In addition to his many other responsibilities, Shakur has truly excelled in the classroom. He completed his associate's degree and is very close to completing his bachelor's degree. The evaluations from his professors perfectly describe the man that I have come to know. Things like his work ethic is unmatched, he's engaging, and he consistently brings a high level of intellectual rigor to discussions. As Shakur discussed, he does plan to continue his education upon his release, going on to complete his bachelor's degree and eventually enroll in a master's program to get a degree in social work. If released, I know he will be an asset to any classroom, and he will bring his varied experiences and insights to those discussions. If he does ultimately decide to continue on and get his master's degree in social work, I already know that he will have a huge positive impact on those that he treats or those that he helps, because in the short time that I've known him, he's already caused me to think about things differently. I respectfully ask the board to grant Shakur's application for parole today. The added support of parole will only further strengthen Shakur's ability to be successful upon his return to the community. I believe that Shakur not only meets, but really does exceed the statutory criteria set forth in section 54-125A. Shakur has grown tremendously from the young man that he was at 18 years old when he entered prison. He has accepted full responsibility for this horrific crime. He has also displayed genuine, sincere remorse. As Shakur stated already himself this morning, his record in prison reflects that he has been an exemplary incarcerated person. And through my conversations with him, I know that he's ready to be an exemplary person outside of these prison walls. He has the tools, motivation, and the support to make an incredibly positive impact on the world outside of prison. And I have no doubt that he will wake up every single day with the goal of bettering himself and his community. And most importantly, I do believe that he has a huge positive impact and he has so much value that he can bring to the community that he is ready for release. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for your participation. So at this point, Mr. Collins, the panel will enter into deliberation. It's an open deliberation, so everyone will hear. We'll discuss your case and we'll come back with our decision. Okay, Mr. Pohl, let's start with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly heard the victim's case. The sister representing the family, and then also the mother and father of the victim. And certainly that damage that's there, that loss that's there is something that Mr. Collins spoke deeply about during the entire hearing. 23-169 asked me to think about thoughts, impulsivity, and things like that. And although I heard the supervisory state's attorney, the thinking that went into this happened after the act. Going into what happened to Mr. Collins shows the impulsivity, shows the, just the types of things that 23-169 talks about. And certainly, going into this, what, disciplinary reports that happened with Mr. Collins prior to sentencing, and then the two after, which were nonviolent in nature, got to a place where he actually considered at an age where he really could consider his actions on other people and exactly what he was doing and exactly what kind of person he wants to be. From that point, he engaged in a lot of just an incredible amount of positive things. He became a leader, mentor in the right way. He went very much inside. And it's incredibly obvious how inside himself Mr. Collins went to really understand, his own childhood and upbringing, the effects that trauma there had on him, rethinking how he relates to the rest of the world and how he relates to himself. That was very obvious, what happened here. One of the things that's huge in recidivism, reduction in recidivism, is education. And not only went and took care of high school type education, but then entered with the help of Middlesex Community College and Wesleyan, the associate's degree program, which he graduated cum laude. That in itself, how he applies and has applied himself to so many things. Working towards a bachelor's in African American studies, and then with currently sites at a master's in social work. There's many different things that he could do with that. and the impact, the current trajectory of his life, and thinking the impact that in itself could have on so many other people in a positive way is just incredibly important. If one of the things, certainly having served on the commutation panel as well, the sentence came from 29 to 25 years, but even if we look at the commutation in itself, and if that didn't occur, he would have been eligible for a 23-169 hearing when he was 17.4 years into a sentence. And he's well past that time now. Obviously 23-169 wasn't there at that time, his release plan with his mother, and support in a family business and an occupation that he can earn some money with the Lifespan company while he continues to go to work is a solid plan in itself. Understanding that as well, he would look to engage with CCAR in New Haven and another organization which deals with a nonprofit that deals with reentry, wants to engage in therapy, and very much understands about using a parole officer for resources, and the relationship that he has with DOC staff now. I'm certain that relationship, he would do well with that. I don't think Mr. Collins will ever forget Mr. Buckley. That tragic, heinous act that happened when he was 18 years old. But when it comes to suitability for under 23-169, which the legislature has asked us to look at last year with the passing of this law, I believe he's suitable. And I also believe that he would be very successful if he were paroled today.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief because you did a nice job of covering it all, and I think we have discussed it in our hearing as well. I do want to again thank the victim's family for their input. We always do take that into consideration and value the words and the difficult task of having to relive this horrible crime over and over again with every hearing. The legislature did pass Public Act 23-169 in recognition that there is a diminished culpability for younger offenders, in this case under the age of 21. I think it's pretty clear from reviewing the file and listening to Mr. Collins today that there is a reasonable probability that he can remain at liberty without violating the law. Certainly, I think at this point, the benefit to society having him in the community is greater than the benefit to his continued incarceration. And he has demonstrated substantial rehabilitation throughout the past 21 plus years. So for those reasons, I would be in favor of granting parole today. Ms. Chance?
I absolutely agree with what both of you have said, and I have nothing more to add because my thoughts were right where Mr. Pohl's was.
Okay, thank you. Conditions, we have family members. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. that were registered, and alcohol consumption certainly played a role.
Yeah.
Although he has been sober for all these years, we know that temptations may arise in the community. Is there anything further?
No, I think it's appropriate because he did reach out to seek our, so.
Mr. Pohl? Anything further?
I had a mental health eval, but I really think he understands what he needs to do. in
Yeah, I
terms
think
of
that would
getting
be
the
part of
resources
his, yeah,
that he
reaction.
needs to get.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. In the matter of Terry Collins, inmate number 302661, I'll make a motion to grant parole effective November 22nd, 2024, with the following additional conditions: no consumption of alcoholic beverages, no contact with the victim's family members, initials RB, TB, BB, or JB. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Mr. Collins, you understand, while we gave a date of today, it's effective today, but it may take some time, okay? So just be patient. Someone will reach out to you. We thank everyone for their participation here today.
Thank you.
Public Act 23-169 hearing for Terry Collins, inmate number 302661. And
We'll take a 5-minute recess.
Hi, good morning. My name is Officer Wengertsman. Today is Friday, November 22nd, 2024. This is the Public Act 23-169 hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. For the record, Mr. Figueroa, the state of Connecticut, passed and made effective October 1st, 2023, the Public Act 23-169. It's an act concerning eligibility for an individual serving a lengthy sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21 and criminal history records erasure. You fall under this act, and this means that you are under the age of 21, that the board shall give great weight to the diminished culpabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity that you displayed while we are reviewing your case for suitability today. The following board members are present this morning and are stating their names on the record. Certified they reviewed all statutorily required documents in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mr. Figueroa. I'm Jennifer Zaccagnini.
Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Thank you. Also in attendance this morning, we have Public Defender Amy Zerlo. If you could, Attorney Zerlo, if you could please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Morning, my name is Amy Zerlo. My juris number is 439977, and my business address is 400 Grand Street, Waterbury, Connecticut, 06702. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And also present this morning, we have State's Attorney Christian Watson. Again, Attorney Watson, if you can also please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Good morning, everyone. Chris Watson for the state, 42042 20 Franklin Square, New Britain, Connecticut, 06053.
Thank you. Mr. Figueroa, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Yes, my name is Roy Figueroa and my inmate number is 225253.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 14 Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to this procedure. Mr. Figueroa, if you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. Mr. Figueroa, do you have any questions, and are you willing to proceed?
No questions.
All right, you're willing to proceed at this time?
Yes.
Thank you. As previously stated, this is the Public Act 23-169 hearing that's being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Roy Figueroa, inmate number 225253. Mr. Figueroa is serving a sentence of 35 years flat, no probation to follow, for accessory to murder and 2 counts of accessory assault to assault in the first degree. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan in place that has been reviewed and shows that he has completed alternatives to violence and voices, and he also continues to maintain a job assignment. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the low range for recidivism. Mr. Figueroa, this is now an opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, and you may begin.
Okay. I would first like to address the family first. So first to the Acevedo family, I am sorry. I am sorry for taking the life of Angel. I take full responsibility for my actions on October 15, 1994. I cannot find the words to fully explain how sorry I am. I cannot pretend to know or understand every way my actions devastated your family. But I do know that I have caused trauma and pain and suffering. I know my actions cut Angel's life short. I know that you're lost, a son, father, brother, friend. I know that Angel did not deserve this. And you, as his family, did not deserve the pain and suffering. The hardest and most painful part of this situation is that I cannot fix this or bring Angel back. If I could go back and change everything, I would. I make no excuses for my actions. I know that I failed in my moral obligations toward life. I'm disappointed in myself, and I will carry your loss, sorrow, and anguish with me for the rest of my life. From the bottom of my heart, I am truly sorry. To the Dominguez and Mr. Ortiz and their family, I am truly sorry for my actions on October 15, 1994. I am sorry for the physical and emotional trauma I caused you on that day and every day after. I do not know how what happened that night still affects you or your families. I know that even if the physical injuries have healed, it doesn't mean the emotional injuries or trauma goes away, and I'm truly sorry. To this community and this board, I take accountability and full responsibility for what I did. And I realize how my actions affected the victim, their family, and my community. I have worked to become a person worthy of a second chance. I was a youth. I was impulsive and not mature enough to fully understand the gravity and consequences of my actions at the time. After now serving almost 3 decades and being 50 years old, I can wholeheartedly say I'm not the same person I was when I committed this horrible crime. When I look back on those years of my youth, I try to figure out where the issue started. I lived in Illinois suburbs until the 5th grade when I moved with my mom and siblings to Puerto Rico. I struggled with learning the language and left school after a few years. And thinking that is when the issue started. I didn't have a routine or a purpose, and I tried to fill the gap that school once filled the best way I could. I turned away from my family and to the streets in Puerto Rico. I got back on track for Job Corps and completed 1 year, then came to Connecticut in 1993. I was here in Connecticut for 1 year. I worked in a tobacco field for 2 months and I left the job and ended up in the streets again and got myself into all this trouble. I was roaming through life with no education and no one to emulate. I lost my way. I was living without vision and navigating on my own, figuring life out. I found myself separated from mainstream society and my peer group and surrounded myself with the wrong people, gangs, and began to make bad choices one after the other. So many poor decisions, I could not figure how to fix it. My mental capacity was not there, and being immature and ignorant ultimately landed myself on a path of destruction. Those actions were bad and wrong, and I will regret my horrible actions as a youth forever. But now I'm no longer that youth. I have matured, intellectually grown over the past almost 29 years to fully understand the gravity of my actions and to vow to never let this happen ever again in my life, and to do what is right and good always. During my incarceration, I had the time to reflect upon my life as a whole and to analyze the decisions I made. In the beginning of my incarceration, I felt alone, confused, insecure, sad, and didn't know what to do. My first 10 years in DLC were filled with ups and downs. When I entered DLC as a member of a gang, I remember being told to fight a guy on an opposite gang, and I did. I went to SAG, and staff charged me with being a gang member. That is when I realized that I didn't want to be in a gang no more. I realized I was under the same control and being told what to do. I realized that it was more violence, and that violence is what led me to coming to jail for this crime. I asked for help from the captain in charge, and he did help me. I finished the SRG program in 1997, and he helped me free myself from the gangs. I'm thankful for this today because it meant I no longer needed to follow orders, and I could feel myself moving in the right direction. But mentally over the years, I had my ups and downs, and it's been a slow process, and it took time. In 2001, the Connecticut Supreme Court vacated my sentence, and I was able to start over again. I was in chronic when I got the letter saying that the Supreme Court ordered a new trial. While I left the gang, I was still a target and had issues with members of my former gang and rival gangs. I didn't think I deserved a second chance at the trial. I was not forgiving myself. It was like an internal conflict. I was not living like that anymore, but I couldn't move past what I have done. I was involved in a horrible crime, and the pain, sorrow, and guilt, depression started to set in, and I began to punish myself and sabotage my life of what I did. I knew what I did was wrong and bad, and I kept myself in a category of being a bad person because I didn't deserve to be good. I was worth nothing, and the shame of what control was involved. I knew I wanted to be good, but the crime was on me, but I didn't know how to take it off. I didn't want it to harm nobody ever again, and I didn't like how it felt. I felt ashamed, and I didn't want to feel that again. That's when I realized that I needed help to stop the self-destruction and to be better myself and to change for me, my family, so I would never cause anyone else harm as I caused the victim and their families. And I think that I think that's started me moving forward again. When I finally forgave myself, is when everything changed for me. I started working in the kitchen in 2007. I was working 3 shifts a day and working on a feedback line. The second shift kitchen supervisor at the time, Kara, noticed me and noticed I was a good worker. And he said he wanted to bring me to work his shift with him. He realized that I was struggling with my self-worth, but he said that I was a good worker and that he could make me better. He said, as long as I stay with him, he would teach me more. He could see that I was beating myself up and I was doing good, staying out of trouble, but he just seemed to know the conflict I was having. He said that he saw my value and that I'm a good person. He said that we all make mistakes, bad, horrible choices, and mistakes in life and in this world, even him. By telling me this, I realized we're not all perfect. Those words changed my life forever. He was a superior and had a job and a military background, and hearing those words from him meant a lot because it was someone I respect. Other people in DOC told me that, but I didn't value their judgment. When he said to me, it was an eye-opener. After that, I felt relieved. It was a weight that was off me. I was holding myself back, and I needed to move forward. I worked, took care of my responsibilities, tried to be a better person, and I transitioned into a man. I was able to forgive myself, even though I will never forget what I did and the harm I caused. I was able to move forward. He was my supervisor for 10 years and became a mentor. He trained me on everything and gave me important jobs such as diet specialist, cook, baker, roundsman, etc. He had me train new workers and mentor them. He taught me life skills, discipline, work ethics, and he counseled me over the years. He told me to be my own man and that does not follow the crowd and do no harm. I had many supervisors and mentors since then, but he was the first. He was the kick in the pants that I needed. When he retired, the last thing he told me was do not leave the kitchen. And I kept my word. To this day, I'm still there.
Wow.
I've been in the kitchen work program for 17 years. working 7 days a week. The kitchen program has helped me learn many tools like working with others with varied personality, communication skills, decision making, resolving conflicts, performing tasks, completing them, and instilled their work ethic in me. All these years in the kitchen have given me a great experience, and this has changed my way of thinking. I'm now on a positive path and took the opportunity for education, self-development. I completed several self-help programs. In 2002, I started taking classes to earn my high school diploma. I knew I would need it for a job application. In April this year, I graduated. I was getting ready for my future when I EOS'd from prison. I did other programs like the SRG program, anger management, mental health programs, Voices, ServeSafe, AVP. These programs equip me with the necessary knowledge and tools to identify certain triggers, behaviors of individuals when confronted with real life situations, an experience that I myself have already experienced or will potentially experience in the future. Having learned and retained this knowledge will combat such feelings, thoughts, and emotion, will empower me to think in order to disengage, de-escalate, or simply walk away when confronted with an issue, problem that causes harm to me or others. Most recently, I completed Voices. The program was a refresher for what I have learned in the SRG program, chronic program, and alternative to violence from early in my incarceration. These programs all help me to understand how not only the victim has been affected, but also how there is victimization that extends beyond the victim. To the family, friends, and community of your victim, allowing me to realize the impact that my decision had on the victim and their family mentally, physically, and financially. With the assistance and help of the Department of Correction program and showing me the way, they helped me free myself from the gangs and the control I was under. They taught me self-worth, self-control, discipline, to obey the rules, code of behavior, and conduct, to think intellectually, morally. And that's how I began to learn to grow. I am a good, strong, and effective person today. The OC helped me to better myself. It took time and year and me growing up. I know who I am as a person and who I'm not. I put myself around positive individuals that only gave me good suggestions, advice. I know these changes will dictate the remainder of my life and will help me re-enter a positive and productive member of society. I have a very good support system with my family and friends that has stood by my side all these years, emotionally, financially. They live in Connecticut, Florida, and Puerto Rico, and I will always have their support. Upon my release from prison, I'm ready to take the following steps. I prefer to be released to a halfway house because it will give me structure and keep me at a steady pace and focus. If I'm given the opportunity to go to the New Haven halfway house, the New Haven has a lot of food service jobs and good transportation and resources for me. I want to work in the food industry because that is a strong skill that I have at the moment. But if other employment comes, I will do it. And if I need more training or education, it will be done. so I can gain employment and prosper at once and use everything I have learned to be self-reliant, self-sufficient, and a good member of society. I hope this board grants me the opportunity and the privilege for a real beginning and a new path. To the Acevedo family, Ms. Dominguez family, and Mr. Ortiz family, and their families, my community and this board, I will say this will never happen again, and I am truly sorry. Thank you for your time and patience.
Thank you for your statement, Mr. Figueroa. Did a nice job with that, and you provided us with a lot of information. In addition to your statement, we have reviewed your entire file, from police reports to the PSI transcript, the court proceedings throughout your entire incarceration, as well as the memorandum submitted by Attorney Zerlo and the independent evaluation that you had done. So we're very knowledgeable about your case. We do have some additional questions. When we're done with our questions, Attorney Watson and Attorney Zerlo will have the opportunity to speak. We have confirmed with the Office of Victim Services that we do not have input from victims or family members today. Okay? Mr. Figueroa, your English is very good.
Yes.
Have you been working on that throughout your incarceration?
Yes, I have.
Did I hear you right that you started taking classes in 2002?
Yes, I did, because
Okay.
I was working so much, and then I was gonna do it, but the problem was that I had to go to the school block, and that's where they had the juveniles and stuff was going on in there, and I just didn't want to go in there and be around it. So I decided to wait, and I took the opportunity when COVID happened, because they gave us the chance that you could do it in your cell. So I took the opportunity and did it.
Well, that's persistence,
Yeah.
22 years later, you finished, you got your high school diploma, right?
Yes.
That's great. That's a big accomplishment. I know how difficult it is to try to learn a different language. So
Yes.
I do want to go back to the crime, okay?
Yes.
And because someone did lose their life, and there were others who were injured. You mentioned the victims, and rightfully so expressed your remorse. So this was a gang-related shooting?
Yes.
So were you ordered to leave the bar and go out and shoot people?
Yes. Yes. They told us the president and vice president and sergeant of arms of that group that I was in, that was the Nietas, he sent us outside to clear the crowd. They specifically gave us the guns and told us, you got to go out there and clear that crowd out. It was the opposite gang. Yeah.
So were you given specific instructions as far as the victims were concerned, like specific people to shoot at?
No, they just said, just clear the crowd. And we went outside, and that's what we did. We cleared the crowd.
So you had no intended target?
No, there was no intended target. It was just to clear the entrance.
Wow. So you just went out there and started shooting?
Yeah, that's the order they gave us. And at the time, I was not thinking, and that's what I ended up doing.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty reckless, right? When you think about it now.
Oh, yes, it
You're
is.
lucky you didn't kill more people.
Yes.
How many shots did you fire?
I remember it was 2 shots came out of my weapon.
How many of you went out there to shoot into the crowd?
It was 3 of us.
Okay. Were the other 2 arrested?
To my knowledge, no.
You're not aware of the other 2 being arrested? Did they
No.
ask you who they were?
No,
No one ever asked you who you were out there shooting with?
no.
Oh, okay. All right. So, I mean, what would have happened to you if you didn't go out there and shoot into the crowd?
Oh, there would been no loss of life, or and
I mean,
for me,
you.
I would have, for me, I would have paid a price.
What does that mean?
If I wouldn't follow the leader's orders, it was my own life that was at risk.
Okay. So you thought they would harm you, they would hurt you, I
probably
didn't-
would have
okay.
lost. I would have lost my life for not disobeying a direct order.
So you must have seen during that period of your life a lot of violence.
I did see it, but it was not to the extent of taking somebody's life.
So you didn't see other people killing
No,
as a
no.
result of gang orders? No.
Yeah, this was like the first time that I saw something like that.
Okay. All right. Had you had any encounters with the victims? These three?
No, no, no,
Didn't know them at all. Never saw them before.
no, never.
Wow. And how long were you part of that gang?
It was not a year. I think like 10 months.
Okay. And were there other violent acts that you had to commit during that time?
Not really. That was like the first time that I was put in that situation.
Okay. When you went to the bar that night, were you going there with your fellow gang members?
Yeah, it was one of them. He came and got me and said, "Hey, they got a party at this club, Las Vegas." And I ended up going there with them, and everything was fine. But when something happened at the dance hall, and that's when they separated. I know the rival group went outside. The Land King, he went outside, and then like the Nietas went into the pool table area, and that's when they called us three, and they gave us the weapons and told us to go outside and clear the crowd to get them out of the front door.
Yeah. Okay. So then you come into prison, right? And despite the consequences you've had to pay as a result of your orders, you remain with the gang, right?
Yeah.
Why?
I was still there with them, even that I knew I fled to PR trying to avoid this, because once we knew that was a loss of life, I fled to PR.
Right.
But it was because at the time they were trying to say that they wanted to like cover this up, like they wanted to deal with the three of us that committed the crime. So that's when I panicked and I fled. But then they brought me over here, and I was still like connected to them. It was weird, like. Even when they brought me back, when I came into the prison, it was like I was still connected to them.
Wow.
And that's how I ended up then telling me to go beat this guy up. And that's when I was like, I'm doing the same thing.
Right. Right. Following orders now inside of a prison.
Yeah.
So you beat someone up and then you went to stag. Is that what you said? Yeah.
Yes. That's what happened.
Oh, okay. I mean, you're lucky you didn't pick up extra charges for that too. We see that all the time. Yeah. How long did you sit in seg?
Oh, no, I was there for like, I think it was like 45 days, because then you got to go to a special board so they can assess you.
Right.
And they categorize you as a gang member.
Yep. 45 days. So that's a lot of time to sit and think about your life and what you're doing with it, right?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm glad you were finally able to get out, and there were no consequences as a result of you leaving?
Just harassment.
Yeah.
Yeah, once I
Okay.
signed renunciation paper, it just became harassment.
And when did that all stop?
It stopped after, I want to say, like 6 years after, I think.
Okay. All right. So nothing lingering today? No. Okay. All right. You mentioned a kitchen supervisor who really had an impact on you, and I apologize, but I think I missed his name. What's his name?
Kara.
One more time.
Kara.
How do you spell that?
Carra.
That's last name?
Yeah, that's his last name. I just don't want to say his first name because it's.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. All right. So it sounds like he's the first person who you respected who really took an interest in you and your life.
Yeah, it did, because once he took the interest in me, I said, wait a minute, this is different. I never had this before.
Wow. Do you have any family support today?
Yes, I do. I have my mom, sister. I got friends too.
Where are your mom and sister?
They're right now in Florida, so they're probably viewing it right now, I think, through the link.
Okay. Okay. All right. So family members in Florida. Anybody local? Anybody in Connecticut?
No, I just a couple friends. That's
Okay. Friends. So how do you know these friends?
it. Some I know from jail and some that are out there.
What are they doing?
They're working, doing good, staying out of trouble.
All right. Okay. So it'll be important for you to find positive supports, right?
Yes.
In the community, regardless of what happens today.
Mhm.
You know, you will go out there, like you said, you're 50, so you're not ready to go yet, because I'm 50. So
Yeah.
you have some years left.
Okay.
So you have a lot of life left, and it's important that you make it all count.
Mhm.
Oh boy, you've done a lot of work. I see the work that you've put in, and you told us more than we even knew coming in today. So I see all the work, and I hear your commitment to employment even, right? I mean, you're really committed to this kitchen work, and what are you getting paid?
Work ethics. I got from a work ethics.
Yeah, but how much do you get paid doing these jobs that you speak so highly of?
Oh, probably you'll get like, I think it's $1.50 a day.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Wow.
Mhm.
So imagine what you could do when you make more money on the outside.
Yeah.
What concerns do you have about leaving prison after 29 years, we'll say?
It's getting a job, really. Like, I need a job so I can generate funds, so I can be self-reliant,
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, today we've come a long ways in Connecticut with employment opportunities for returning citizens. So there is work to be had. Sometimes you have to be patient. It might not be the perfect job right away. But it sounds like you'd be persistent, and especially in the field that you want to work in.
Mhm.
I think there's so many restaurants out there now. And like you said, especially in the New Haven area, we got a lot of excellent work evaluations for you. So we see that you're a hard worker. And we also received support letters and letters from family and friends. So we do see that people are waiting for you to get out there and make a positive impact in the community, because you have a lot to give back for.
Yes,
You really do.
I owe a
yeah.
lot.
I also happen to believe that you could benefit from the support and supervision
Yes.
of parole, given that after so many years of incarceration, you have no supervision to follow your sentence. I think that's important, and you have to be willing to take advantage of it. I know at some point there, you had some opposition towards authority figures and such, but it sounds like that's all gone, and that you would be willing to accept any offers of support. So
Yes.
I'm going to hand it over at this point, because you gave us a lot of information. We have a lot to review, to my colleagues and see what they have to ask you. Ms. Chance.
So I just, Mr. Figueroa, I just wanted to follow through on something. I wanted to know, what was it about, and I won't call his name, the kitchen supervisor, that made you trust him?
Once he said that I was, that he saw value in me, and that he knew that I was a good person, and he knew that I was struggling, like, emotionally and spiritually. That's it. That's when it really hit me. It did affected me a lot.
Yeah.
It was just
So-
the words of support was like.
And I know that word value is pretty important. It's a very important word to a lot of us when we know others value us,
Mhm.
no matter what bad stuff we do.
Mhm.
Now, when you go back in the community after 29 years, how are you going to apply that when you go out to other people that you meet?
I can pass what I've learned, my life skills, my story, and to tell them, tomorrow's another day. Things can look bad, horrible, and there's good people out there that's willing to help.
So if you meet someone new,
Mhm.
okay, and you talked a lot about, out of respect for the victim's family, you want to go somewhere where, they're not.
Yes.
And, I appreciated that when you said it. So you want to go to either Norwich or New Haven.
Yes.
So you go to New Haven and someone refer you to a place for a job.
Mhm.
How do you determine whether the people that you're going to be working with are people that you can trust?
Well, what I was trained and taught from these programs, the skills that is to see their character, see who they are by their actions, you know, and day by day, see who their characters are.
And you know you're gonna have to keep doing that over and over.
Yes,
And,
I know.
yeah. So that's probably one of the most important things that you're gonna have to continually practice when you go back in the community.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, you know, that is all because the chair basically covered everything. I just wanted to know how you are gonna apply that in the community. So
Yes.
thank you, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Pohl.
I have no questions.
Okay. Dr. Wengertsman, thank you.
At this time, the attorney is present. We need to make a statement. We'll begin with State's Attorney Watson. If you have any comments or statements, you may proceed at this time.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Morning, Mr. Figueroa.
Good morning.
So, Mr. Figueroa, I've gone to a lot of these meetings in the times that I've been a prosecutor, you know, over the past 20 some odd years now. I will tell you, your opening statement was really well done. And for someone that has struggled with the English language, to be as articulate as you were is very impressive. And I think you should know that. And if there comes a point in time in which you are released, you know, that is going to serve you well, because if you've done that while you've been incarcerated to better yourself, you can probably continue that on the outside as well. Other than that, I don't wish to add anything other than the words I just indicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Watson. At this time, Attorney Zerlo, if you have any comments or remarks you'd like to make, you may do so now.
Thank you. I'm going to try to keep my comments brief. I thank you for the opportunity to speak before the board. So pursuant to Public Act 23-169, parole may be granted if this board finds that from all available information that there is a reasonable probability the person will live and remain at liberty without violating the law. That the benefits to the person in society that would result from the release substantially outweigh the benefits to the person and community from continued incarceration, and that such person has demonstrated substantial rehabilitation since the date of the crime. Based on all of the information that I have and all of my interactions with Mr. Figueroa, I submit to this board that all of these criteria, they've all been met. Mr. Figueroa will be able to remain at liberty without violating the law. I think that this is evidenced by the fact he hasn't received a DOC ticket in 18 years. That demonstrates his ability to live within the rules and the regulations of the community that he's living and within the state laws. There's no benefit to the continued incarceration of Mr. Figueroa. He has completed all programming available to him and all the programming on his offender accountability plan. He's demonstrated the ability to live within the rules of DOC. There's nothing in the records that suggests that there should be cause or concern for his release to the community at this time. And if released, he would become a contributing member of society. With respect to the third criteria, which is whether there's been a demonstrated substantial rehabilitation of Mr. Figueroa since the date of the crime, it's clear to me that there has been. I think that has been demonstrated by by the years of incarceration and the records that the board has had the chance to review. He's demonstrated remorse. It's clear in speaking with him and the time that I've spent with him that he lives with the pain and harm that he's caused every day, and that he has found a way to use that to motivate him to better himself and to really be a guiding force and to avoid causing any harm to others. He's taken the opportunity presented to him to further his education, and that was something that he did while he was also working in the kitchen. That was not an easy task for him to balance working in the kitchen and pursuing his high school diploma, but he did do that over years, and he was successful in doing so. He's demonstrated the ability to hold a job for over 17 years, which in the DOC facility, that's not a small accomplishment. He has received glowing recommendations from supervisors in the kitchen, and even during COVID, he was chosen to be moved from one facility to another to assist the Walker building facility kitchen operations, because they saw what a value he was and what he could add to their kitchen. And that is a clear skill that he can use once he is released. One of the factors that's listed in the statute is that the board is to consider is the opportunities for rehabilitation in the adult correctional system. And Mr. Figueroa has taken advantage of the opportunities that have been presented to him. There's no additional growth that can be gained, through specific programming, as evidenced by the fact that there's nothing else listed besides a job on his offender accountability plan at this time. And I would note that he did complete the scores assessment, and his overall assessment score was in the low range for recidivism, and that he was in the low range for all domains, and there was no needs that were identified. So there was no programming that was recommended or anything else that he could do according to the assessment. That being said, he's well aware, he's mentioned it, he's talked about it, that he has been incarcerated for almost 3 decades, and that doesn't suggest that he wouldn't need the resources when he is released. As of right now, his maximum release date is 2031, and he does have a flat sentence. So it's not a question of if he will be released, it's a question of when. And he has been preparing for that release for a long time. He's been saving the little money that he does earn from the kitchen. He did get his high school diploma so that he knew he wanted to be able to place that on job applications. So he's been preparing for his release for quite some time, but he's aware that he will need help. He has chosen to request a halfway house for that reason. And parole and that lengthy period of supervision, if he were to be granted parole today, it would allow him to have that as a resource for housing, for job opportunities, for any treatment. He's expressed an interest to engage in therapy just to ensure the adjustment is as smooth as possible. And so having that period of parole would really help it would help with the adjustment period. I've had the honor of working with Mr. Figueroa for a year now, and he, at no point is he going to forget the harm that he caused, but he is going to continue to use that to move forward as motivation. I've found Mr. Figueroa he's hardworking, he's consistent, he's steady, he knows himself, and he knows what he wants out of life. He knows the steps that he has to put in place to get there. And I'm extremely confident that if the board were to grant him parole, he will be a successful and contributing member of society. I urge this board to see Mr. Figueroa for who he is as he stands before you today, and grant him release by way of parole. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Attorney Zerlo. So I'll start the deliberation. And I want to thank Attorney Watson for your observations as well. I think Attorney Zerlo laid it out very nicely. We've been tasked by the state legislature in Public Act 23-169 with certain criteria. And clearly Mr. Figueroa meets all of that criteria. He's no longer a risk to the community. He can benefit the community with the skills that he's learned. He's obviously demonstrated substantial rehabilitation. There is no benefit to further incarceration. He's clearly not the person that he was when he was 20 years old and running around the streets with these gang members. He's a 50-year-old man who has found self-worth and a place for himself in culinary skills and working in the facility. He's taken every program possible. He does have a release plan and recognizes that he will need to continue working on himself and take advantage of supports offered to him. And I really do feel like he would benefit from the support of parole. Of course, we acknowledge very serious crime and senseless, tragic that someone had to lose their life for Mr. Figueroa to grow. But I would support his parole today. Ms. Chance?
So would I, Madam Chair, and I have nothing more to add.
Thank you.
You've said it.
I agree.
Ms. Paul. All right. So we do have some victims and I'll use their initials and he's requesting halfway house for further assistance with the reintegration. Is there anything else? All right. In the matter of Roy Figueroa, inmate number 225253, I'll make a motion to grant parole effective November 22nd, 2024, with the following additional conditions. You'll parole to a halfway house. You're to have no contact with the family member of the deceased victim, initials JV, and no contact with the other two victims, ND or WO. Is there a second to the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Sir, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Just be patient. It'll take some time for them to find you a placement, but someone will reach out to you in the near future. Thank you to everyone for your participation.
Good luck, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This concludes the public hearing for Roy Figueroa, 25253. It is 11:28 a.m.
Okay, we'll resume for our next case at noon, right? 12 o'clock. Thank you.
reach the age of 21, and criminal history records erasure. You fall under this act. This means that you are under the age of 21, that the board shall give great weight to the diminished culpabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity that you've displayed while we're reviewing your suitability today. Following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Marrero. Jennifer Zaccagnini.
Good afternoon, Mike Pohl.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Also in attendance this afternoon, we have attorney Samantha Conway. Attorney Conway, you can please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Attorney Samantha Conway, Broder Law Firm, 73 Main Street, Middletown, Connecticut, and juris number 440023.
Thank you very much. Also present, we have State's Attorney Jonathan Formicella. Can you also please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record?
Good afternoon, Jonathan Formicella, Deputy Assistant State's Attorney for Bridgeport Judicial District, 1061 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut, 06604, juris number 444343.
Thank you very much. Also present, we have the Office of Victim Services Advocate, Ms. Vazquez. Mr. Marrero, can you please state your name and INMATE number for the record?
Ethiel Marrero, 230830.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 14, Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to this procedure. Mr. Marrero, if you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. Mr. Marrero, do you have any questions, and are you willing to proceed at this time?
I'm willing to proceed.
All right, and no questions, sir?
No, I'm just nervous. Excuse my nervousness.
That's okay, thank you. As previously stated, this is a Public Act 23-169 here. It's being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Ethiel Marrero, inmate number 230830. Mr. Marrero is serving a sentence of 25 years, followed by 5 years of special parole for murder, threatening in the second degree, and robbery in the first degree. There is victim input in this case. There is also an offender accountability plan in place that has been reviewed. It shows that he's completed programming such as alternatives to violence, basic and advanced, anger management, beyond fear, SRG programming, tier 2 and voices. He also maintains job assignment and is enrolled in the Pell Grant College program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the RT falls within the moderate range for recidivism. Mr. Marrero, this is now your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, and you may begin.
What? Your letter. Thank you. Yes, would you like me to talk first? Would the board mind if I spoke briefly first?
Madam Chair, it's up to your discretion.
I mean, if you want to speak now rather than later, that's fine.
Mr. Marrero is just very nervous.
Well, we understand that. Everybody who comes before us is, but just take your time. You'll get through it.
Okay, why don't you go first?
Read it?
Yes.
I'm gonna read the letter.
Go ahead.
I would like, can I stand up? I'd rather stand up. Could I stand up?
Yeah, go ahead.
I would like to give my apologies to Osirio's family and loved ones for the loss and pain that I have caused them by my ignorance and my poor judgment. I'm not only sorry, but I also regret the consequences of my actions. There's not a day that I don't think about Osirio's and the loss and pain that I have caused his family and loved ones. And for this, I'd like to say I'm sorry. I would like to thank the board for allowing me the opportunity to apologize to Osirio's family and loved ones. Thank you. I would also like to share with the board my accomplishments during my incarceration and my plans once released. In my past 22 plus years of my incarceration, I have matured and I'm no longer that uneducated child I once used to be. While in prison, I have taken advantage of the opportunities of free education and the programs available for those who are looking for a change. I have not only graduated from high school, but I also took 2 vocational classes in carpentry and building maintenance, in which I also graduated from both classes, and I am now certified as certified carpenter and building maintenance tech in the state of Connecticut. I am now currently in college, studying to get my associate's degree in business administration to further prepare myself to run
my own business. Besides my education, I have also participated in various programs to better myself, such as AVP Basic, AVP Advanced, Beyond Fair, Anger Management, The Way to Happiness, Learning Improvement, Understanding and Overcoming Addiction, Relapse Prevention, Tier 2 Voices, Controlling Anger, Building a Ladder, How to Bid, and Attitude and Behavior Equals Choices. My plans are to immediately work on creating a stable life once released. I'm applying immediately with motor vehicles to take my driver's exam to get my driver's license, and when I do get my license, I'm also going to apply for my CDL license because I already have employment, and it will help me advance quickly for a better pay to get the funds needed to become a homeowner and business owner. With my success, I want to make a positive change in the community by helping others like myself coming out of the system have a good opportunity to find employment by giving them a second chance. I would also like to help the least fortunate and the elderly by doing charity work, such as taking out the trash, cutting grass, fixing things. I know how to fix things, even painting, anything they need. 3 years ago, I became engaged to be married when we planned to, 3 years ago, I became engaged to be married, and we plan to get married as soon as possible once released. We have plans of creating a family and owning our home. And given the opportunity today to have a second chance at life, this is what I'm going to do immediately and accomplish. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come before you today on this unexpected day. I would like to close once again by telling Jose's real family and loved ones that I am sorry, and I'm sorry for the pain, for the loss and pain that I have caused them. I'm sorry, and I hope that someday they may forgive me. That'll be it.
Thank you for your statement, Mr. Marrero. So this panel has reviewed your file extensively. We have the official documents from the time of the offense, such as the police reports, PSI, transcript, and we have your records from the Department of Correction. In addition, we've reviewed the interview you had with the parole officer and the correspondence from Attorney Conway, which included an evaluation from Dr. Hall. So we're very well versed. We do have some additional questions. When we're done with our questions, we'll turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services. When we hear input from the victim's family, then we'll hear from the state's attorney as well as your attorney, and then we'll render our decision at the end of the hearing today. Okay?
Okay.
We'll begin with my colleague, Ms. Chance.
Yeah, so, Mr. Marrero, I do appreciate what you read to us today, but I wanted to go over because I read the interview with the parole officer and had some concerns. So I'm going to go through each of the charges, starting with the murder, and maybe you can just clarify some things for me.
Okay.
So you were asked, what happened the day of the offense, and you said you were young and you followed people and that was all. So you were asked again what really happened, and you said you were being stupid and you didn't know better at the time. And I think what she was trying to get at is just ask you what led up to the murder. So that part of it was very confusing. She continued to ask a series of questions, specifically asking you why the murder occurred. And you said it was over drugs and that you shot him allegedly. So you were also asked if you knew the victim, and you said you didn't. So can you clarify what happened, and did you or did you not know the victim?
All right. What happened was one day, I got kept out of work. The guys that I used to hang out with when I was younger, there was in the crowd, they had told me they was having problems with the guys coming around, starting problems. I reunited with them while I was with them. a shootout broke out, and then I was part of it. And then I shot.
So today you're saying you shot the victim.
Yeah, but my intention was never to kill Miss.
I understand that, and I think you also said that whatever started before because they tried to kill you before.
Yes.
So was that retaliation to them trying to kill you before why this offense occurred?
Not really retaliation, just the way things occurred when I got out of work that day, and the guys were there.
So from what I read, you said that the murder happened because they were trying to kill you, and then you said it was over drugs and street territory, and
Yes.
then everything escalated.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when things started, did you have a gun?
Not at the time, it was the guys gave me the gun.
So you left and got the gun and
No, I
came
never
back?
left. No, we was already in the crowd, miss. Never left. I just got
So where did you get the gun?
the guys?
Oh,
guys
so
already had it.
someone handed you the gun.
Yes.
Okay. And then you sort of fired the shot.
I did, but I wasn't the only one involved. But I shot the gun.
Okay. So today you're acknowledging that you did shoot the victim.
Yes, and I take full responsibility.
Right. And that it was over drugs and street territory.
Yes, it was.
Okay. How old were you at that time?
But 18, just turned 18.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go to the other charge, even though you have finished the time, because it kind of all tied in. So for the robbery first, you were asked what happened there, and you said that never happened because the police planted the information on you.
The robbery.
You said for the robbery first that you were charged because the robbery first didn't take place. That whatever evidence police had, they put it on you. Can you speak to that?
Yes, I speak on that. I was trying to get away with things, but what really happened that day, I was hanging out with the guys, and I met one of the guys that I knew, and I started talking to him. And then one of the guys hit him with a gun, and then the other one put out a knife. So I just felt obligated to jump in. I know what's wrong, though.
Okay, so there was a robbery that took place and you did participate in it?
Yes.
Okay. And for the threatening now, you were at court and there was another family member that was there to give evidence, and you threatened that the person was a witness, but also a family member. And you said that the witness was lying because he wasn't there, and that, you know, you threatened to kill him. So what happened with that?
And that day I was going to court getting the rain. I knew it was there until I seen him. And then the reason I threatened him when I was angry because he was lying. Because he was never there. He just put himself there.
So you're not admitting to threatening him?
No, I admit that I threatened him.
Oh, you did?
It happened. It happened.
Okay. So can you just clarify what happened?
And that day I was going to court.
Very briefly, yeah.
I was getting the rain, And then they told me that he was in the next bullpen. And then I found out that he was testifying against me on the murder. And I was angry because I don't know how he was testifying, put himself there. He was never around at the time.
But
To
why,
me, these two
if
things
you
to-
knew he wasn't there, why would you admit to that now?
admit to it because it's true, man.
Okay, so he was there, but you earlier on said that he was not there.
Excuse me, you mean there at the courthouse or at the scene or when the incident happened?
At the courthouse, he went to testify against you
In the
about
courthouse,
the
yes.
murder, right?
Yes, in the courthouse, yes.
But you said at the courthouse that what he was saying was lying because he wasn't there when the murder occurred.
Yes.
Can I just help briefly? I think the disparity is Mr. Marrero did threaten that witness because of what the witness said. He put things together, but he's saying that that witness was not at the scene on the day of the murder, but he did threaten him.
Yes.
Okay, yes. So, okay. So now, I got that clarified because I was concerned during the interview when you seemed so very nonchalant about some of the questions that the parole officer asked, and it was very concerning because this is a very serious matter. And what we have to look at is your suitability. So now I can go on and ask. So you've completed several programs, okay? And you've identified the alternative to violence, the anger management, Beyond Fear, and the SRG program, and the Tier 2, and the Voices. You also participated in the Pell Grant program. Now, I also read that you were in the hospitality program.
Yes.
In 2023, but you withdrew. Is that, go ahead.
Because I was having too much going around in the DOC. I was working 3 jobs at the same time. I was painting, I was cleaning the visitor room, and I was doing commissary. I didn't have no time in between to complete the program. So I was invited by the teacher to sign out. And when I get make room, I have a chance to study again, I can apply again.
Now, looking back, because you also were discharged from the intensive aftercare program, without prejudice. But you said that when the PO asked you about this, you explained that you did the program to get out of your block. Was there something going on in your block?
No, I just wanted something to do because I had extra time.
You had extra time, but you just finished saying that you left the program because you had 3 jobs.
That was the hospitality, miss. Yes, the hospitality, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So did they happen at slightly different times or still happen?
The drug program? That was just recently, the drug program. Yeah.
So you were doing the hospitality operations program.
Yes, and at the same time, I was working.
What did that entail?
About services in hotels. It was getting me ready for work. Because I'm also certified culinary. I'm also certified in culinary arts before I came in.
Okay.
I was getting more experience.
Yeah, so you were primarily concerned about having job skills, which and the hospitality and the cook job, they go together. So
yes.
Okay. Now, did you explain that was the reason why that you wanted to continue with that program because it will eventually help you. Because, you know, as I said, those two go together.
Yeah, plus I also be getting certified in all these fields of programming. I be getting 6 certificates and I'll be able to get jobs mostly everywhere. Restaurants, cruise ships. That's why I wanted to do it.
How do you think you did on your on the jobs that you did at the facility?
Until now, excellent. I don't miss a thing.
Okay. And what else did you learn in regards to the job skills themselves? What else did those two programs teach you?
The building maintenance and the carpentry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I took carpentry because I still had I had no experience in building hip roof. So I got experience on that now, and I only have the word of mouth that I know how to do certain things. I'm certified now, so it'll be easier for me to get work. Because before, all I had was the word of mouth, but that's not enough. I wouldn't work.
So one of the things that I was looking for is, you know, in terms of the skills that you learned, is did you learn about how to work with others, how to get along with others?
Yes. I have no problem working with others. I always exceed my expectations. I like work.
Okay. So let me just go to the DRs that you received.
Mm-hmm.
And the two most recent ones that you received was September 27, 2023. Can you tell me about those two?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
At that time, I was in the veterans program. I was already in the veterans 2 years in the veterans program, and then about being in there, I was running an art therapy class, and I was on my way to get a work photo, but I got in trouble because of the 2 tickets, and I ended up getting kicked out, which I regret because I lost my opportunities.
Explain the ticket.
The way about the tickets, the way I obtained the tickets was I had a ticket for excess property, and another one for being in possession of sexually explicit material, which I obtained through another inmate going home. It's like a rite of passage. They go home and they stuck behind. I take responsibility for it. I don't know where it was wrong. I shouldn't have done it. That's how I got my tickets.
Yeah. So one of your earlier tickets that you got in 2005, which was probably shortly after you got there, was for fighting.
Yes.
And then, the next ones that you received was in 2011 and 2013. So what do you think happened that kept you ticket free?
My programming and my education, I didn't have it when I first came in. And my experience with getting my tickets and being punished, and I wanted to go through it again. Because with tickets, you lose every opportunity you may have, and any job you may have. Once you get a ticket, you lose everything.
Exactly. So one of the other questions that you were asked is, what would be a high-risk situation for you if you were to go back in the community now?
That's what I'm thinking.
High risk situation if you were out in the community.
I just don't understand.
He doesn't understand. Sorry.
Okay, what concerns do you have if you were to go back in the community?
Good or bad?
Concerns. What may be something that could go wrong in the community?
Oh, nothing, because I don't expect nothing to go wrong in the community. I'm not getting involved in the streets anyways. That's in the past.
Yeah, but Mr. Marrero, none of us knows, what can happen.
Yeah.
For example, if I get in my car and, I'm driving on the highway and something happened. So I think you might want to be a little bit more realistic. How long have you been incarcerated?
Over 22 years.
So do you think things outside the community is still the same as when you were there?
No, things changed a lot in 1 year, because just imagine in over 22
Yeah.
years.
Right. So what are some things that would change that you would either have concerns about or need to seek help with?
Technology.
Of what?
Computers. But everything changed. Why everything changed? You walk into businesses looking for work. Everything's done in the computer, and I'm computer literate. They tell me everything. They tell me nowadays your whole life is on the phone. The phone is not just a phone no more. So it's like a computer. I don't know nothing about that either. Something else I gotta learn.
Yeah. Okay. So, in terms of your substance use, you have a drug score of 4.
Yes.
Can you explain to me why?
Okay. I'll explain to you why, and I'll explain to you why it hasn't gone down. Why? Because when I used to get arrested, the quickest way to get out of jail is to say you got a drug habit. They'll quickly put you in a program and let you go. And then the reason why my level hasn't gone down, I asked the counselors. I've done drug programs. In fact, I believe I've done one twice because I did it in an SRG program. They told me that level never go. They told me that level never goes down unless you go home and come back. That's the only way the level's coming down. I don't plan to come back.
So my understanding is because although you denied having a problem when you were in the community, the PSI indicated that you had a problem with heroin and ecstasy, and you were using 2 to 3 times weekly, and you also used PCP and morphine pills. So I know you have stayed sober there for a while, but things are so tempting when you go in the community.
Can I speak, Miss?
Sure.
All right. As far as being tempting, it ain't just in the community. Drugs and alcohol also exist in the system. I've been offered drugs before, and I've been offered alcohol. I declined it. I don't need it no more. So if it's here, it's no difference from the community and being in jail, because, like I said, it's drugs and alcohol too. I've been offered it many times. I always turn it down. And the reason I got my, I believe you can see that I got an intoxication ticket in 2013.
Yeah.
I got that ticket because when I left SRG, when I graduated, they put me in population. And due to my anxiety, I asked a friend I was getting medication for anxieties to give me some of these meds. But little did I know what I was taking. The one day I got popped for urine randomly, and I popped up for dirty for narcotics. Which narcotic it was, I don't remember what it was, but I know I popped up dirty.
Well, who did you get it from?
Another inmate.
So what did that lesson teach you?
Don't take nothing from nobody else unless it's prescribed to you.
Okay.
Because to me, I was just taking anxiety meds. There wasn't even narcotics.
So you were under mental health care for a while?
I was.
You're no longer?
No. I'm no longer on the mental health. On the mental health that I wanted to come to a level 2. And we don't got that here. And then I believe it was last year or something, I tried to get back on it, and they told me that it's not that easy to get back on. And if I get back on it, they'll kick me out of the jail. And I don't want to leave this jail. So I still here. I declined the meds. I ride it out without it.
Okay. So out of all the programs that you've taken and all the certifications that you have earned, which is of value to you, and how are you going to use that when you go back in the community?
My main one is my education, my high school diploma. Because when I came to prison, I thought it was just in the streets that you need a high school diploma to get good jobs. It ain't just in the streets; it's also in jail. Here in jail, when I first came in, I got door slammed in my face for my vocational classes. carpentry and building maintenance, even to get a good job in Connecticut Enterprises. It's in McDougal. It's like your own business.
Mhm.
Even to get in
Yeah.
here, I needed a high school diploma. Everything was getting shut in my face. Once I got my high school diploma, all these doors opened up. Nothing was getting denied. So my main prize is my education.
Okay, and, go ahead.
I also have college right now. I'm studying college. I'm studying for my associate's degree in business administration. I still have, so far I got 12 credits out of 60. And I plan to keep on with my studies when I get out, because I can do it through the internet. I don't necessarily got to go to the campus.
And so, who is in the community that you will have for support?
Well, I have a therapist. She's going to help me with my entry in the community. She's going to help me with my feeling of being a burden to other people. That's how I feel. I don't like to bother people. She's going to help me with that. I will be in contact with her through phone calls and video. I have my family. I also have community resources, and my fiance is strong, positive support in my life. She keeps me grounded.
So you want to live with your mother?
Yes, that's my first choice with my mom, because she needs me. She needs a lot of things done around the house, and I got a lot of catching up to do with my mom's.
In terms of employment,
I have a job. I have a guaranteed position running for me right now as we speak. To my friend's business, he owns his own business in Stratford, a shipping business. So it's called Mike One Express Delivery. His name is Joseph Vega, and his business number is 914-343.
no, I don't need that. I just,
That's okay.
did he send a letter in?
Yes, I have one right here too, and my lawyer has a copy.
Okay,
Public, you don't need to put his phone number.
Okay.
okay, Mr. Marrero, I don't have any other questions for you, so I'm going to turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you for answering my question.
Mr. Pohl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Marrero, a couple of follow-ups. You, just like what we're just on, what are you going to be doing for him?
Who?
Joseph for Mike One.
Oh, he owns his own delivery. He delivers all types of stuff all around Connecticut.
Okay, and what are you going to be doing for him?
He wants me to start loading and unloading his trucks to eventually end up driving his 18-wheelers. That's why I'm going for my CDL.
Okay. But currently you don't have a license.
Yes, when I first get out, the very same week, I'm putting in for my driver's license to get the tax on motor vehicles. I got to get my regular license first in order to get my CDL, because without it, I can't get my CDL.
Okay. And then the other follow-up was on the whole substance use issue.
Yes.
So, when the parole officer interviewed you,
yes,
one of the questions was about a recovery or relapse plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
And basically, with your background, your use concerns me, right? And one of the things that she had asked you about was if there's anything that concerns you. And the response that you gave her was, well, if I use anything, it's going to be marijuana and it's legal anyway.
That's if it gets prescribed for me. I've been hearing a lot of things because for depression, or like the doctor gave it to you, but not necessarily.
But you're not concerned about that based upon like the very slippery slope that brought you to where you are right now?
Concerning regard as using?
Yeah.
Not really, because I don't need it. And like I said, I've been offered that thing in here too. I don't use it.
Right.
I decline it all the time.
I get you, and I get what's in there.
Mhm.
I fully understand, right? But you pick up something, and the next thing you know, you pick up something else and something else and something else, right? That's the concern.
All right. All I plan on doing is spending time with family and work at home. I'm not thinking about drugs or none of that. Not even running the streets. I don't want to know nothing about the streets. The streets took a lot from me. Yeah, parole too. Whatever parole wants me to do, I'm gonna obey because I'm not trying to come back.
I get that, but it's like, it's for me, it's partly it's like, I don't want it even to be whatever parole wants me to do, that's what I'm gonna do, right? You know, where I'm at is you need to do what you're gonna do because it's the right thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's not, oh, I want to check off this box so I'm all set, right? It's if you need support, you need to be able to connect with that support.
I'm a therapist for that.
And that's, you know, we're dealing with what, 20, how many years are we dealing with there?
22 plus.
Right? So the world, as you said, is a real, there's a real difference out here. And the one thing that you did talk about was reentry services. And it's important to know that that's there. So that you can get the support that you need. That's Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pohl. Mr. Marrero, I'm not sure if there's some miscommunication, misinterpretation going on here. So I'd like to attempt to clarify a few things, and I'm a fast talker myself, so slow me down if you need to, okay?
All right.
The offense itself, there's some discrepancy about what actually happened and how it all went down. Was this gang related? I'm gonna ask you flat out. Was this gang related?
No, miss.
You were never in a gang?
Never.
Now, why would witnesses who were interviewed say that you were part of a gang?
Miss, I'm a police report. I'm being labeled as part of couple gangs. They labeled me as Park Ave Crew. They labeled me as Yeta. I never ran with nobody.
I'm asking you why, because I'll give you an example. When I walk down the street, doesn't matter what street I walk down, no one's going to accuse me of being in a gang.
Yes.
So why would people accuse you of being in a gang? Did you hang out with gang members?
Possibly, I don't know. If you should be in a group, they said I was level Park Ave, Park T, Yeta, different sources. I never been involved with nobody, miss.
All right. So this wasn't gang related. So tell us, because you did in your interview, you did say that someone had tried to kill you and you were shot at prior.
I was.
What happened?
I got skinned on my elbow and the police came, did a report, nothing happened after that.
Who shot you? Who shot at you?
We don't know. They came to the backyard.
Someone came to your backyard and shot at you randomly?
No, it wasn't just me. It was a group of the guys in the front.
Okay, so you're with a group of people. Someone came to the backyard and shot at you guys.
Yes.
Okay, so was this incident related to that incident?
The guy said that it was. It's the same people coming around from another neighborhood. So they did say that it was. It was the same people.
Okay, so this was the same people. So did you go? Let me see. I'm confusing myself now. Mm-hmm. Where were you when the offense happened? Where were you?
When we got shot at?
Yeah. No, where you shot the person.
I was getting dropped out of work. I was in front of my house.
You were in front of your house, so you're in a different place than the previous incident where you were shot at.
No, same place.
Okay, but you said it wasn't your backyard initially. Or it was?
We was in the front of the house. The backyard's the
Okay.
parking lot when we got shot at. And Same Street in the very corner is
Yeah.
where the incident happened.
So you're saying that the group of people came back around again? Same people?
I never said that.
No,
I
I'm
just said
I'm asking you to clarify.
I wasn't around. I just got dropped out of work. And then the guys came and got me, and that's when everything popped off.
Right, so everything popped off is not an explanation to a parole board. Do you understand what I'm getting at here? We
Yes,
need
ma'am.
some details because it doesn't make any sense.
Okay, when I got dropped out of work, I first getting dropped off, the guys was already there. And they came and got me and
So
telling me
there
that
were guys waiting for you when you got out of work in front of your house.
the guys who was in the corner of the house, 'cause that's where they lived at, in the yellow house. I lived
Okay.
towards the middle of the block. So when I got
Okay.
dropped off, they see me and they had called me. And
Okay,
then when I was talking to them, they told me that they was having problems during the day with the people coming around starting problems.
okay,
And then the guys came around, and then the guys that called me, they handed me a gun and then started shooting. And I ended up shooting with them. It was two guys that shot. I was one of them.
all right, so I'm still confused, just so you know. So it's the same people that you had an incident with in the parking lot.
Oh, we don't know. We don't know who shot us in the parking lot. But they were saying it was from the same so-called same clique, the same group.
Okay, so friends of them maybe or something. Do you think that they're somehow related and not, so another group came back around? So this is the second incident, right? The first time you were shot at, a group of
Yes.
people. Now this is a
Mhm.
separate incident, but both times they came to you and your group. You didn't go to them. That's what I'm just trying to make
No,
sense.
I ain't go to them. I ain't go to them.
Okay, all right. So your group is hanging out and everybody has guns?
A couple of the guys had guns. Because it wasn't
Okay.
having problems when I was at work.
How many people were out there at that point? Your friends or your crew?
There was like about 6 of us.
There were 6 of you, and you're saying 2 of the guys had guns.
I was one of them, and the other guy that was with me.
Okay, but you just said you didn't have a gun. That somebody gave you a gun.
But when you
Right,
got
that's what.
to work,
Mhm.
when you got home from work, how did you get the gun?
The guy gave me, when I got home from the group, the guys was already there, waiting, because there was having problems with the people coming through. One of the guys gave me a gun, and that's the gun that I shot.
Okay,
And when
so now there's 3 of you with guns?
I never said 3.
No. So.
He just said a couple of guys had guns, right?
So,
Including
One
myself.
of them.
Okay,
Right.
so two of you had guns. So 2 of you shot at this group.
Yes.
Okay, so is that why you believe that you may not have been the person responsible for this murder? Because you're not sure who shot the victim?
who shot the victim? You?
I didn't say I shot the victim.
Oh, so you know that it was your gun who shot the victim and killed him?
But from what the police report says, yes. I know.
Well, I'm not asking you what the police report says. I'm asking you if you know.
No.
I don't know what you're talking.
What do you know? What did you do? What did your gun do that day?
Yeah, this was my gun, man.
Listen, I don't want you to ask your attorney what you should tell me. I want you to tell me the truth. If you tell the
Listen,
truth, you don't have to think about it. I'm asking you questions
I'm
to try to understand.
I'm trying to say myself, I'm telling you the truth, man. It was my gun. It was my gun that shot him.
Okay. All right. So we'll move on from the murder, right? So we know there are 2 of you who had guns and you shot your victim and caused the very tragic death of your victim. The threatening case, you already explained, and I think I understood what you and your attorney were trying to say, that the witness claimed to be at the scene of the murder, and you called him a liar saying that he wasn't there. How do you know he wasn't there, or watching from a window or something? How do you know?
Not sure, miss.
Oh,
He was,
okay.
I never seen him. He just put information together, but I don't know.
Yeah, but you said yourself there were a lot of people there. He could have been there watching from somewhere.
It's a possibility.
All right. As far as the robbery goes, in your interview with the parole officer, which was just a few weeks ago, right? Do you recall speaking to Officer Wengertsman?
Yes.
Okay. In your interview, you were quoted as saying, when you were asked about the robbery, that's all bullshit. It never happened. But you just told my colleague that it did happen. So what's the truth?
That happened, miss.
What?
That happened.
Okay, so why would you tell the parole officer a few weeks ago that it didn't happen? And that the police were harassing you?
I just read the police report. So I remember.
I don't care what the police report says. I'm asking you if you robbed that victim.
I robbed him. The guy that I was with robbed him.
Okay, then why would you say that's all bullshit and the robbery never happened? If you're with someone and he robbed someone, then the appropriate response is, it happened and I was there, but I didn't do the actual robbery. My co-defendant did. No?
He didn't say that.
No, I know he didn't. Yeah. Do you understand the discrepancies are make us question whether you're being honest with us today or not?
Miss, I had no co-defendants when I got arrested for that.
But you just said you were with the person who committed the robbery. You said somebody else did it, right? That's what I refer to as a co-defendant. I'm just explaining myself now. Go ahead.
Yeah, so let me clarify for Mr. Marrero. So the robbery, I think for him, when he says it's bullshit, he was the one who was arrested and charged. He had no co-defendants, but it was his group. It wasn't him that did the robbery. I don't think that he very articulately explains himself, especially when he is nervous. So he was the one who was pinned for the robbery, arrested for the robbery, charged with the robbery, even though his role in the robbery was not the primary suspect. He was involved, he was there, he joined in the assault, but he did not take the item. So I think, and this is just not only with the board, but in working with Mr. Marrero, he gets very nervous and very easily, very quickly stumbles over his words. And oftentimes I am redirecting him and we are going over the same question several times. So I don't know that it's bullshit that it didn't happen. It's bullshit that he meant he was not the one who did it. He was there though.
Right. Yeah. No, I would agree with you. There certainly is some difficulty expressing himself. I get it. Yeah. But, the things like I read, you also said about another incident that you don't believe in snitching. You don't want to be a snitch. Well, that's criminal thinking, right?
No,
if I see somebody get murdered on the street tomorrow and I'm a witness and I can help, I'm going to do that. That whole mentality has to go away, sir.
I don't have that mentality no more, miss. That was when I was younger.
This was during the interview.
Yeah, it was about a recent incident. I think, was it about a ticket or something? Let's see. I mean, I'm not going to go through the whole thing. This was something recent. Go ahead.
I can provide clarity there too. For the 2011 ticket, he was passing a kite. And if he was asked about that, his mentality at the time was he took the affiliation, did the whole SRG program, completed it successfully, faster than most people do, because he was, at the time, to me, he said the worst thing you could be in prison is a snitch. So in 2011, he was not snitching. He was taking the affiliation, doing the program. And I will say again, I wasn't here when he met with the parole officer. I don't know if that's the incident, but again, oftentimes I have to clarify if we're talking present or if we're talking past.
Yeah. Understood. Yeah. How did you meet your fiance?
So one of my cellmates, that was her brother.
Oh, okay, you were cellmates with her, but okay. All right, well, I think we've clarified a few things. Maybe there's still some questions. I wish, Mr. Marrero, that you had worked a little bit harder on your release plan. Regardless of what we do today, you're done, right? In 27, you'll be going out there. I would encourage you, just keep working on your release plan. I understand your ultimate goal is to go work as a driver. Well, there's steps you have to take to get there, right? Do you have a tablet there in the facility?
Yes.
Okay, so you can be updating yourself somewhat with technology and starting to learn, right? You have to know how to use a tablet.
Yeah, we got simple thing. We don't got internet and none of that on tablets. Just
No, I
messages
understand.
and apps.
Yeah, I understand, but apps, control everything today. So that's a start. You definitely will need support, and you have 5 years of special parole to follow your sentence. So one way or another, you will have parole. So I would encourage you to use parole as a resource. When you need something, when you're having difficulties, when you're struggling, it's their job to help you. Okay? They are not the enemy, because I know you felt like the police were harassing you when you were in the community. It is not harassment, but we all have to follow rules. They're strict for a reason, right? You took someone's life. So just be very careful with following the rules, asking for help, and getting the support that you need. Okay, I think I'm done. Do we have anything further? No. So then at this point, I'm going to turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services for input. I believe we have Ms. Vazquez with us. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, board members. I have several victim impact statements that family members have shared with me, and I'll read those on their behalf. Today is a very hard day for me and my children, as we're faced once again with the reminder of what happened 28 years ago to my son, Jose Rios. Receiving the letter that was read to me by my daughter has made me relive that awful day that I lost my son in the hands of Ethiel Marrero. This has affected me in so many ways that to this day I ask myself questions that will never be answered. This has affected my mental health significantly, my emotional and physical health as well. I have a lot of concerns about this person getting out ahead of time. Concerns that play to my other children's lives and their families' lives. From the time that my son's case went unsolved to when Ethiel Marrero was caught, he has made it a point to harass and threaten my children, especially my youngest son. He always said that he was not, my apologies, he always said that he was next. What is to tell me that my children and their families will be safe if he is granted an early release? I also have concerns as to where this individual will be placed at the time of his release. And if he happens to be released to a halfway house that is not an ideal location due to us having two located within 1 mile radius of my residence. The safety of my family is my #1 priority. Nothing can ever guarantee me that this person has been reformed or that he will try to attempt something again with the rest of my family. On this matter, I feel that he needs to finish off his time while incarcerated. Thank you. Milagros Ortiz, mother of the late Jose Rios. The next statement reads, these past 28 years have not been easy at all. From seeing how my mother's mental health, her happiness, and her urge to keep moving forward with life has gone downhill since the death of my brother. This is something that has hit us hard all as a family, and time will never return to us. Unlike the individual who decided that it was okay to take my brother's life, we'll always have life to live and to show his family. We lost a brother, son, uncle, and a father the day that Ethiel Marrero decided to end my brother's life. At the time, my brother had a daughter who was only 3 months that never got to know who her dad was, only through the memories that was always shared with her. My kids today only know of their uncle through those same memories we share. My life has never been the same at the age of 17. Losing a brother is something that I never expected. To be in constant fear for your other siblings is not a way of life. We can guarantee us if releasing him early is something that should be done specially for our family's safety, has never shown any type of remorse towards his actions. The sentence that he was given does not even begin to cover the amount of pain that we as a family have endured throughout these years. What guarantees do we have as a family that this person will not try to threaten us or our family's safety? We have come to terms with what life is without our brother, to have been in constant worry of this individual trying to contact any one of us or threaten us in any way. For this matter, I feel he is not deserving of an early release. Thank you, Maria Rios, sister of late Jose Rios. The next statement reads, 28 long years and not one word of remorse. I was threatened by this person on 2 occasions while he was free. One of them was in front of my own mother. With each threat, you always said I was next. What can guarantee me today that this will not happen? What type of safety will my family have? I have kids and grandkids whose safety are my #1 priority. This person has never shown an ounce of remorse for what he did to our entire family the day he decided to take my brother's life. What makes us believe that he will not do this again? Thank you for hearing me. Javier Rios, brother of Jose Rios. And the last statement reads, they say time heals all wounds, but this emotional scar I have over my heart never seems to get better. What was taken from me on the day of November 7th, 1996 could never be replaced. For what was a senseless act, my family and I have suffered a great loss that has tremendously affected our lives until this very day. I am the one and only daughter of Jose Rios. I knew my father for a total of 6 months before he was taken from me. Some may think it wasn't a great loss for me only because we had little time with each other, so how would I possibly miss someone that I didn't even know? But that's the part that hurts me the most. I never got to experience what life with a father is. All I have of him are the stories and memories my family has shared with me throughout the years. I had to take pieces from everyone else's experience with him and put them together to make out who I thought he was for the 18 years he lived. It pains me that I will never know what his voice and laugh sound like. I will never know what it's like to sit at a table and talk about how my day went with him over dinner. I've experienced father-daughter dances, proms, graduations, and soon one day a wedding, and birthing a child of my own without him being by my side. If only you knew how many times I've cried out for him. I've had dreams with him hoping to wake up and to be my reality instead of this nightmare I can't wake up from. 28 years later, and every time his birthday or another anniversary of his death comes around, it's like we are reliving that traumatic day all over. Hopefully with this testimony, along with my family's, justice will continue to be served as the consequences to a life-altering crime will be seen through. God bless everyone in this situation. I pray for all of our healing and rehabilitation. Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. It is all that I have for this case.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. At this time, the attorneys will be afforded an opportunity to each make a statement. We will begin with Attorney Formicella. If you have any comments or statements you'd like to make, you may do so now.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, members of the board. Good afternoon, Mr. Marrero. There are some concerns that I just wanted to mention to the board, which were reflected in the board's questions, and kind of give a holistic picture of how the state feels about early release for Mr. Marrero. The board should consider the answers that Mr. Marrero gave the parole officer concerning the offenses in which he was charged, including the murder, the robbery in first degree, and the threatening. Mr. Marrero was able to provide additional information related to those answers. However, the answers he gave parole were not I don't believe satisfactory as to taking full and complete responsibility. I will acknowledge that Mr. Marrero did take full and complete responsibility during his initial statement and attempted to do so in his questions that he answered for the board. Another concern that the state had was these two recent tickets that were in the last 14 months. Mr. Marrero did very well for an extended period of time without getting tickets. However, given the closeness of Mr. Marrero's release, it is concerning that he did pick up those two tickets in the last 14 months, I believe in September of last year. The third concern that the state had was a lack of realistic expectations about Mr. Marrero's continued sobriety. As board member Pohl mentioned, there was a concerning quote in there. Was if I touch something, it would be weed because it's legal. While the use of marijuana is allowed in the state of Connecticut now, a person's sobriety is so much more important than indulging in something that may be considered legal. In our world, alcohol is able to be consumed by those who are above the 21 or older. However, that is a substance that can lead to addiction and has led to addiction in millions of people, as well as the use of marijuana. So I believe Mr. Marrero has some work to do in sober planning during his remaining time in incarceration, as well as under supervised release through special parole. Mr. Marrero should come up with a more definitive plan to engage sober resources and be able to achieve everything he wishes to achieve when he is eventually released from his period of incarceration. I will say that Mr. Marrero does have a very good idea of obtaining his driver's license once he is released, and then eventually pursuing a CDL at that point, and that would be an excellent career for Mr. Marrero to have. However, he does need more realistic expectations as to the dangers that will be presented to him as it relates to a sober lifestyle and becoming a contributing member of society. The fourth concern that the state has are the fears that the victim's family expressed during their statement. Those allegations of whether Mr. Marrero threatened members of the victim's family were deeply concerning to the state. Unfortunately, they were not addressed in Mr. Marrero's statement as I've heard them. And I would like additional information if that would be possible about those threats, but that would be concerning. Again, Mr. Marrero has done significant work during his period of incarceration. He completed the programs that were prescribed to him, and he maintained positions of employment while being incarcerated, and he should be commended for that and continuing his education. However, at this time, the Office of the State's Attorney would oppose early release. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney
Thank you.
Marrero. At this point, we'll provide Attorney Conway an opportunity to speak and make any final remarks.
Thank you. I mean, I think that aside from the incident that got Mr. Marrero here to this day, the biggest flaw that I've certainly noticed in Mr. Marrero is his inability to properly explain, properly perhaps process the questions that he's asked, properly articulate his answers, but his inability to communicate effectively does not negate all of this significant rehabilitation that he's done. I mean, even though he was unable to, answer effectively in the way that he and I have talked about, the way that I've heard him answer, the way that we have discussed all of these issues, substance use, attending groups, substance use groups whenever he is released, maintaining employment, looking for a different job if he can't work for Mach 1. We addressed all of these over and over and over. And each time, as I stated before, Mr. Marrero, he struggles with his answers. And I don't know if that is, like I said, a processing issue, an articulation issue, but whether his answers were inadequate today or not, it doesn't negate the record that he has. He's been incarcerated for 22 years. He's gotten only 5 tickets, none of which were violent except for the one in 2005 when he newly entered. He has no intoxication tickets. I think, you know, part of the struggle with him answering how he's going to stay away from substances is because he just does. He does in here and he will out there, and he plans to. And I think here today, when I heard him answer that he'll do what parole asks, he and I talked about that earlier. And if someone suggests a substance abuse group, AA, NA, parole, or a therapist, he will do that. I know that the answer he provided certainly didn't effectively communicate that he's interested and invested in making those choices, but I think his record speaks for itself. Again, he was very grateful for this unexpected opportunity to address the state's concerns about what the victim's family said about any threats. We're unable to address that. This was the first that I've heard of it. Certainly, I think Mr. Marrero's statement today expressing his remorse to their family was sincere. He spoke Mr. Rios's name. He did not refer to him just as another victim or a nameless person. His life mattered, and his life has impacted Mr. Marrero's life. And I don't want to continue talking too far. I just would like the board to seriously consider that even if Mr. Marrero is unable to articulately answer the questions that are very important questions, his record of 22 years is impressive.
Okay, thank you. And I do believe those threats were referenced in the police reports.
Yes.
So we're not hearing about it for the first time today. Okay, so at this point, Mr. Marrero, the panel is going to enter into deliberation. We'll discuss your case and we'll come back to you with our decision. Ms. Chance, we'll begin with you. Thank you.
Okay. So I will just start off, where I started off with Mr. Marrero, that I was concerned about the response that he gave to the questions by the parole officer. And they were concerning because I remember she asked the same question in different ways to try and get him to really speak to the exact question that she asked. And when I followed up with him, he was then, after a series of questions, say, okay, yes, I did it. In terms of explaining where he got the gun, it was a very difficult process, but that was the gun that killed the victim. And when he was asked what led up to the shooting, his response to the PO was, well, they tried killing me, but couldn't explain why. And so the concern was that we don't know if he was not being truthful about whether he was part of the gang or not. He said, yes, he did take the SRG program. But for me, I just feel Mr. Marrero still has some more work to do. I think he needs to go back, even despite the fact that he did take programs. He was able to earn 3 certifications that's going to help him. He has a possible job. He knows what he has to do in terms of getting his license and then obtaining his CDL license. But in terms of his release plan, I think he needs to do some more work on that. He's been away for 22 years and he doesn't think that he's going to encounter any problem. any problems out there. And that's not realistic to me. There are some signs of change that he's making. In terms of just looking back to some of the phrases that he used, like, you know, if he picks up anything, it's weed because it's legal. Or, you know, he did the SRG and he took responsibility because he's not a snitch. And those terms just remind me of someone with criminal thinking. And I may be wrong, but this is how I am seeing all this for Mr. Marrero. So for me today, I do think Mr. Marrero needs to go back to the drawing board and try to come up with a more realistic release plan and think about all the things that have changed in the community that's going to impact him when he does go back out.
Thank you. Mr. Pohl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I haven't read all of the information related to this file. And after hearing Mr. Marrero, you know, there were some concerns there for me, you know. The DRs that are here, it's an SD card and, you know, having pictures that he shouldn't have. There is, in April of 13, there was an intoxicative. You know, but that's 11 years ago.
Right.
He wants to reconnect with, or has planned to connect with reentry services. And, you know, he's got somewhat of a job offer. It's not as concrete as plans we've seen. You know, one of the things that concerns me is the threatening piece behind this. You know, hopefully the situation is that that's gone by the wayside. He recently has had some programming with voices. You know, in terms of articulating that a little further, I think he could have done better, and don't know if it's, don't know why necessarily. His attorney pointed out why that hasn't come up.
Yeah.
So, you know, and I'd be interested in hearing what the chair has to say.
Thank you. While there's no disputing that he has worked on himself, certainly. He's taken some programs, he's educated himself to the extent that he can, right? Probably. Working, we got, you know, some good work evaluations, program evaluations. Could he have done more? Sure. You know, we see people who do much more. There are still, for me, some concerns remaining, some discrepancies, and certainly I would say some high-risk situations that he might run into in the community that he really needs to be prepared for. This is a big ask. We're talking about a murder here. And I'm not sure that he's met all of the criteria set forth in 23-169 to make him a suitable candidate, given that he has special parole to follow his sentence. I want to be comfortable with the remaining concerns. You know, we've seen other cases today where there were no concerns.
Right.
It was very clear they were ready to be released and prepared for what was to come. So, given the remaining concerns, I would vote to deny today.
I think that's the big concern.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, when we're dealing with cases like this, it's
Yeah.
like when you feel like there is a question,
Right.
you know, you're looking at everything and it's not based upon how we feel.
Right.
It's like based upon
The facts.
what's in front of us,
Right.
you know? And the other piece is that, you know, DOC will review him in
Right.
early 26,
Or a halfway house. Yeah.
to see if he can go out to a halfway house at that point.
Yeah.
But I really hope, I wish him well. And
Yeah,
join
definitely.
I do too.
Yeah. What are your reasons for denial, Ms. Chair? Certainly the nature.
I had the nature, I had inadequate release plan.
Victim
Yes,
impact.
and victim
Uh,
input.
Mr. Pohl, your thoughts?
as well as current offense committed while on probation. He was on probation when, for other things here.
It was Robert first that he was on for.
We went from Robert 1 to.
All right, age and circumstance, victim impact, and while on probation. No? I don't know, but I think
I had inadequate release plan. Yes,
I don't know that I agree with that because he's got a place to go. We have a letter from a job and a therapist, so I'm not sure that that would rise to the level.
Okay, so on probation.
All right, let's see, for special parole, I have a general no contact with the threatening victim, RT.
All right, yeah.
And then there's a registered family member, MO. What else do you have? I'm sorry.
MO, MRO, JR, KR, EL.
There's, yeah, but Denise didn't do today. They only did 4. MO, MOJR, KR, and
Yeah,
then
MO.
MO, MRO, JR, KR.
KR and TL. Okay.
Those are the ones that are registered with OVS.
All right. Anything
yeah,
else?
the 5th one didn't come today, so there's 4.
I had, actually
I
had,
just want to double check. I think,
You mean on the 5th one?
yes, I think
Yeah.
it's KR didn't participate.
They don't have to participate
They don't
today,
have
it's the registered victim.
right.
But they are registered.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Any other conditions?
I had a mental health evaluation based on recent
Okay.
development
He did the program.
to get the support that he needs.
Okay, all right. Okay, in the matter of Ethiel Marrero, inmate number 230830, I'll make a motion to deny parole at this time for the following reasons. The nature and circumstance of current offense is injury and impact to the victim and the victim's family, and the offense is committed while on probation. I'll further move to set the following special parole conditions. You have 5 years of special parole to follow your sentence. No contact with family members of the deceased victim. Initials MO, MRO, JR, KR, or TL. General no contact with the victim of the threatening offense. Initials RT. And a mental health evaluation and treatment if it's deemed necessary. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unfortunately, Mr. Marrero, we could not grant you parole today, but we do recognize the efforts that you've made and hope that you'll continue while on special parole. Take advantage of the support that parole has to offer you, sir. Thank you to everyone for your participation today.
Thank you. This concludes the public Act 2021-29. Ethiel Marrero, I mean, for 30.
We'll be back at 1:30 for our final case. Thank you.
Ms. Benedict, we're ready to proceed if you'd like to change the screen, please.
Mr. Mitchell, could you ask the officer to come in for a moment?
Okay, you should be all set.
Thank you.
All right.
She'll pick it up.
Good afternoon. My name is Paroles Wengertsman. Today is Friday, November 22nd, 2024. And this is a Public Act 23-169 hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. For the record, Mr. Mitchell, the state of Connecticut passed and made effective October 1st, 2023, the Public Act 23-169. It's an act concerning parole eligibility for an individual serving a lengthy sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21 and criminal history records erasure. You fall under this act, and this means that you were under the age of 21, that the board shall give great weight to the diminished culpabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity that you displayed while we are reviewing you for suitability today. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Jennifer Zaccagnini.
Good afternoon, Mike Pohl.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Also in attendance today, we have Public Defender Shannon Hugel. Attorney Hugel, if you could please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Okay. My name is Shauna Hugel, Office of the Chief Public Defender, juris number 440073. Business address is 55 West Main Street, Suite 430, Waterbury, Connecticut.
Thank you very much. Also present, we have State's Attorney Melissa Holmes. Ms. Holmes, if you don't mind also please stating your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Good afternoon, Melissa Holmes on behalf of the state of Connecticut and the New Haven State's Attorney's Office. That's 235 Church Street, New Haven, Connecticut. And my juris number is 429428.
Thank you very much. Also present for today's hearing, we have the Office of Victim Services, Ms. Vazquez, with us here today. Mr. Mitchell, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Marquis Mitchell, 288044.
Thank you. This is a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 14, Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to this procedure. Mr. Mitchell, if you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. Mr. Mitchell, do you have any questions and are you willing to proceed?
No, ma'am, and yes.
Thank you very much. As previously stated, this is a Public Act 23-169 hearing. It's being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Marquis Mitchell, inmate number 288044. Mr. Mitchell serving a sentence of 28 years, followed by 6 years of special parole for accessory to manslaughter in the first degree, manslaughter in the first degree, 2 counts of conspiracy to robbery in the second degree, and robbery in the second degree. There is victim input in this case. There's also an offender accountability plan in place that has been reviewed. It shows that Mr. Mitchell has completed the following programs, which includes anger management, alternatives to violence, tier 2, voices, good intentions, bad choices, the vet dog program, as well as CCAR's Recovery Coach Academy. He's currently participating in the reintegration unit while maintaining a furlough job assignment. Mr. Mitchell has also reportedly assisted in mentoring and co-facilitating programs and co-creating a program within the facility called Skills of Socialization. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the low range risk for recidivism. Mr. Mitchell, this is now your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to start by thanking the board for this hearing today and allow me an opportunity to come before you to express my remorse over my sincerest apologies to the Wiggins family, the Thomas family, the men I robbed, for what a hurt and pain I've caused them. I take full responsibility for my past actions and transgressions. I know my poor choices and horrendous behavior has hurt individuals and decimated families. It has caused great concern throughout the community. And for that, I am truly sorry. With this opportunity, I would like to express how truly sorry I am for taking Larry Wiggins' life 24 years ago and inflicting so much pain on those that loved him. January 2nd, 2001, I made the worst mistake of my life, which was taking Larry's life. A disagreement got out of hand and things took a turn for the worse, which led to me shooting and killing Mr. Wiggins. I constantly reflect back on the entire situation, especially the events leading up to the moment I shot him. I asked myself, what could I have done differently, or was it possible to avoid the situation altogether? After consideration, I now believe Larry didn't have to lose his life. Although I didn't have this mindset back then, I do constantly tend to feel disappointed for not attempting to come up with an alternative, opposed to the lack of regards for Larry's life I displayed in the moment I shot him. This is something I've learned and acquired during my time in AVP. Most of the time, there is an alternative to just resorting to violence. Please know that there isn't a day that goes by when I don't think about what I've done and how it's affected their entire family's dynamic. I can't begin to describe how mortified and regretful I am for what I've done. I know that there's anything I can express that will alleviate the void they feel daily due to my actions. But I would like his family to know that from the bottom of my heart, I am sorry for taking Larry away from them and causing them so much destruction in their lives. I would also like to apologize for my attitude during sentencing. I was insensitive, inconsiderate, and selfish, which is unexcusable. The man I am today, I can honestly recognize that, and I sincerely want to apologize. Understandably, I know some of his family members were unmoved by my attempts to express these sentiments years ago. I know they've endured a great deal of heartache, and it's been extremely difficult for them moving forward because of my actions. They expressed their feelings very clearly, and I received them. Their cries and expressions of hurt did not go upon deaf ears. This is why it's so important that they know that I reflected on every word spoken to me and every emotion displayed that day. Seeing the hurt and pain has had a profound effect on me, and since then, I've taken even more progressive steps in my rehabilitation to becoming an even better version of myself today than when I last stood before them. Actually witnessing the magnitude of my actions was extremely emotional and shameful. Taking Larry's life is an act I deeply regret, and I'm sorry for what I've done and how I've placed so much pain and suffering in his family's life. I pray that my attempts to apologize, appear where I'm becoming a better person, helps with providing some closure and healing for his family at some point in life. Again, I am sorry for taking Larry away from them. I would like to apologize to the entire Graham and Thomas family for their loss and my role in the death of their son and loved one, John. I take full responsibility for my part. I am so sorry for how this tragedy has affected their family. A senseless act of violence cut an innocent man's life short. He did not deserve that. It continues to weigh heavily on me, knowing that because of the reckless actions of others and myself, a man lost his life and many others were injured. Every day I still regret hanging around those guys and getting in that car. Even though I wasn't the one who took Mr. Thomas's life, that doesn't lessen the burden of guilt I carry over my involvement in his death. I really struggle with knowing that I've contributed to the suffering his family experiences daily. I did not know John personally, but it was sharing me how good of a man, loving son, and dedicated father he was. When I think about Mr. Thomas's life being taken, and how he would never be able to raise his son, be with his family, or simply live out his dreams, that humbles my spirit and allows me to realize that regardless of my current situation, I have no room to complain. I should be grateful to be alive, and although I'm still incarcerated, I can make every day meaningful. I know there are no words that will help reduce the devastation felt throughout their family, but I am sincerely sorry that they have endured such a horrible experience. I am deeply embarrassed and ashamed for my connections in the shooting death of Mr. Thomas, and I will forever be. I'm extremely grateful for the compassion and forgiveness given to me by his parents. It was mentioned how it could be seen that I've turned my past mistakes into learning lessons for others to grow from. I would like them to know that I have continued to do just that, and I have not gotten complacent. I'm still working on myself daily, as well as helping others in the process. Please know that I have learned a great deal of lessons from this situation about being responsible and accountable for myself, which I will continue to do moving forward. Again, I am extremely sorry for this unfortunate tragedy and my role in it all. I will continue to pray for his family's healing and peace. Lastly, I would like to apologize to all the men I legally robbed October 17th, 18th, and 19th in 2001, which I know there are a lot of them. At the time of my life, my ignorance and my stupidity was out of control. And I didn't care about anyone or anything, not even myself. I thought I was above the law and exempt from the consequences that come from reckless behavior, like what I was displaying at that time, taking what wasn't mine from other people. Regardless of how I tried to justify my reasons surrounding my actions, I now know that I had absolutely no right pulling out guns and forcing them to give me what was in their pockets. I was absolutely wrong for putting those lives men in great danger. I know I imposed a great deal of fear on them when I decided to put a gun in their face and threaten them. I can only imagine how helpless and scared they must have felt in that moment. I was dead wrong, and I really do regret what I did. I'm extremely grateful. I'm extremely grateful no one got hurt in the midst of my recklessness. Just because I didn't care about my life, that didn't give me an excuse not to care for other people's lives. So I would just like for all those men to know that I am sincerely sorry for my actions and the disrespect that I implored to them. It is in my hopes that they are doing well as they move forward with their lives. For most of my childhood, I remember growing up in not the best of circumstances, but thanks to a loving and hardworking mother, a supportive family, things were not as bad as they could have been. I watched my mother do the best she could as a single parent. She worked hard every day and gave all her kids love. She did the best she could to instill good morals and values in us all. There were times at the age between 5 and 7 where I would have to watch my 2 younger sisters so my mother could go to work and provide for us. Again, she did the best she could. What made things most difficult was her dealing with my father, who lived a street life and was addicted to drugs. His focus was not on being a parent to the many children he had. He was more concerned with his own habits, which made their relationship very tumultuous. Although he wasn't around consistently, when he was violent, very verbally and physically abusive to us all. On many occasions, I witnessed the domestic violence he would impose on my mother. When I was around the age of 8 or 9, after a fight they had, I remember my mother kicking my father out the house and telling him to never come back. She had enough of his abuse and the detriment that came with him. She found the strength to finally leave him alone for good so she could focus on raising her kids. Thanks to my mother and my family and the passion I have for basketball, which I got from my uncle, I was able to graduate high school, as did the rest of my siblings. Throughout my teenage years, I was very angry and resentful towards my father for what he did to my mother and for not being there for us. I hated him, and I carried that anger for a very long time, which didn't help a young kid like myself growing up in the inner city and exposed to so much negativity and violence. Since I didn't have an outlet to express my anger the right way, I transferred it to where it was normal. I grew up in a few different neighborhoods, and they were all infested with drugs and violence, gun violence, which I witnessed daily. All the kids I grew up with and around were dealing with the same circumstances. All we did was fight and mimic all the negative behaviors we saw from the older guys every day. They were our role models, and we wanted to be like them. At the age of 14, I experienced 2 heartbreaking losses in my life that happened back to back and affected me deeply. The first was my older brother getting killed in the same projects I was raised around. Prior to his death, we had just reconnected and was starting to build a bond. He was treating me like his little brother, which I loved. I've always been the bigger brother, so finally having one myself was exciting. When I was told about him being shot and killed, I was hurt and disappointed. I was just starting to get used to him being in my life. He made me feel respected and protected. So that was the hardest loss to accept. But what affected my life in the worst way was the unexpected death of my mother's older brother, my Uncle Kevin. He served in the U.S. Army as a staff sergeant and was my hero. Excuse me. The void of not having an active father was filled by my uncle, who did the best he could to take on a role as a father figure in my life. He was the balance for when things with my father were bad. His presence in my life, my young life, provided discipline, guidance, and overall, just a positive role model. I adore him deeply, and I desire to emulate him in every way. Every summer, regardless of where he was stationed, he would send for me to come stay with him. I look forward to seeing him at those times. I always felt his love and his concern for me. He was all I knew, and I loved him deeply. When he passed away, I was lost. When he passed away, I was lost and unsure of myself. Losing him totally disrupted my life. He was my sense of direction towards the man I was supposed to grow up to be. So without him, I did not know what was next in my life. I was absolutely lost and didn't want to do much of anything after his passing. It took me a while to get back to daily functions and activities. I started going back to school and playing basketball, which was my way of staying connected to him. But honestly, I was still dealing with so much uncertainty within myself. For me, it was never really processed on losing him. There was a huge void in my life that I couldn't fill, and it left me extremely vulnerable to the things I was encountering daily, which were mostly outside negative influences and a lot of peer pressures. As hard as I tried to remain on the right path, I just couldn't overcome, I just became overwhelmed by life without his guidance. Please know that I'm not attempting to make excuses or justify what I've done when I explain my upbringing. A lot of the bad choices I made, I am responsible for, but they also stem from just always not having the proper guidance, which led me to following wrong examples. But again, I am absolutely responsible for my actions and all the consequences that follow. With me experiencing the effects of losing my father figure, I immediately thought about Larry and John's kids and how my ill-considered actions affected their lives, which wasn't fair to them. After deep reflection, my heart broke for those young men, because I know firsthand how difficult it is growing up with fatherless and without a positive male role model in your life. My ignorance perpetuated that cycle for them. I've deprived them of their right to have their fathers as role models to impact their lives. I want to sincerely apologize to them for all the love and guidance I took from them, as well as for any negative experiences they had to go through and needed their fathers. But they weren't there because of me. So I'm sorry for that. Throughout the years, I've had plenty of time to reflect, questioning myself about the things I've done wrong, the people I've hurt, and all, which all have led to me being incarcerated for the past 24 years. I've constantly asked myself, how did I get to a place in my life where I was prepared to take a life, conduct illegal activities, and make so many poor choices that will ultimately cause so much pain and suffering to so many people? I can honestly say that I am still currently disappointed in myself for all the wrong I've done. I feel as if no matter how much I continue to grow and succeed in life, these are truths that I will struggle with and have difficulties moving past for the rest of my life. When I first came to prison, I was lost in complete denial. As a 19-year-old kid, I just received a 30-year sentence in which I could not process at the time. I honestly believe, I honestly believe my life was over. I was scared, angry, and confused as to how I was supposed to move forward. For years, I struggled to accept my circumstances. I made a ton of excuses, acted out, and blamed everyone but myself for my choices I made and for my circumstances. That mentality, along with not taking responsibility, led me to lying to my family and getting in trouble. During that ignorant cycle period in my life, I accumulated a total of 6 tickets, which I also take full responsibility for. My last disciplinary report and 20 days in segregation, which was for assaulting another person, finally forced me to reevaluate myself. And I was honestly dissatisfied with who I was. Here I was, still displaying the same negative behaviors and actions in prison that I was displaying in society that led to my imprisonment in the first place. I was still selfish, ignorant, reckless, and causing hurt to others, which was just unacceptable. Once again, I found myself being a follower and getting involved in a situation that actually had nothing to do with me. My flawed beliefs and values, as well as trying to live up to a fake image, had me perpetuating a cycle of stupidity that was preventing me from growing. Once I was notified that me was all right, which I was so grateful for, I took that as a sign that it was time for me to change. Afterwards, I had the most honest and heartfelt conversations with myself. I came to the conclusion that it was time to heal, mature, and become a better person. Although this environment is filled with so much negativity and it's easy to fall into that cycle, I learned that I could no longer allow that narrative to continue to be my excuse for making poor decisions, nor could I continue to let other people's actions dictate mine. Since that last situation, I lived by that motto, and it has allowed me to remain ticket-free for the past 13 years. I truly believe my change process started while in segregation, recognizing that I was a huge part of my problems. The moment I decided to accept that I was to blame for my circumstances, I truly felt a shift take place in my life. Taking full responsibility for all my actions, along with acknowledging all the hurt and pain I caused others, was actually the beginning of my rehabilitation. From that point on, I didn't look back. I started steadily structuring my process of change. I centered my agenda around spiritual growth, accountability, education, and programming. These are all building blocks that have contributed to my character development and my growth. My first step was getting baptized again. That gave me a fresh start mentally and emotionally. I did experience a few setbacks, but I knew who I wanted to become, and I continued to fight to becoming the change me I desired in my heart, which is who I am today. A program that had a major impact on my life's change was the Voices program, which focuses solely on the magnitude of victimization. This program provided me an in-depth description of how far-reaching the crimes, the effects of the crimes I committed had on the victims, their loved ones, along with the collateral damage done throughout the community, which prior to, I didn't fully understand. It was pointed out the struggles those victimized go through while attempting to recover and heal. Their suffering is lifelong. During the group discussions, I would share how guilty and shameful I felt from the mere thought that those I victimized may have still been struggling because of me. Years later, that thought became a reality when during my modification hearing, the family members of Mr. Wiggins and Mr. Thomas addressed me and they expressed the pain and suffering they face daily due to my actions. I could clearly hear through raw emotions and heavy hearts the devastation I caused. As they spoke, it was heart-wrenching. It felt as if it all just happened. I immediately felt terrible and embarrassed and just so ashamed of myself. Until that moment, my selfish ignorance led me to believe that with time came healing. Boy, was I wrong and extremely naive for allowing such a thought to ever have been conceived. I actually experienced the reality of the magnitude my actions caused. They have a lifelong effect that time doesn't even heal. It was exactly what was being taught in the program. It's one thing to discuss it, but it's one thing when you actually experience it. The shame and embarrassment I felt in that moment was overwhelmingly heavy. But witnessing their hurt and pain placed an even heavier burden on me that I will carry with me for the rest of my life. The Voices program had such a profound impact on me that it drove my desire from one of my peers to experience the same level of accountability as well as the emotional connection. I wanted them to understand the seriousness of their actions and the lifelong effects that follow. I wanted to be that example, so I volunteered to become a mentor in the program. Completing the alternative violence program was life-altering, and it contributed to my growth. AVP reiterated the many different aspects of violence and that the root of violence begins with the mentality. I was taught how to identify what can potentially lead to violence. AVP provided me with conflict resolution skills that has instructed me on how to avoid and or resolve potential confrontations. I was able to address my impulsivity and develop new coping skills to manage strenuous situations, which has helped me remain disciplinary free. What I came to appreciate most about AVP was being surrounded by individuals from different communities who embodied the true concept of community through how they carried themselves and how they interacted with us. It was explained that through self-respect, respect for others, and pride, these key components have transforming powers that can potentially change the energy in the people around you, which in return can have a positive effect within the community. As I've developed, I've put these components into practice, and they have been proven to work. The workshops that describe how communities are affected by violence had a tremendous impact on me. It constantly forced me to reflect, trying to imagine the lingering effects my actions had on the community. I was able to experience that reality when I came across an article about the city's memorial site, the Botanical Gardens of Healing, which pays tribute to the lives lost due to gun violence. As I read about the purpose of the memorial, I knew I contributed to the cause, and I instantly felt guilty. I actually gained a full understanding on everything that was being discussed in the program while reading the article. Victims' family members attended and expressed their heavy hearts on the loss of their loved ones. The community residents at one point who were so heavily affected by my actions and still dealing with gun violence were strongly supportive and very vocal about their demand for peace and safety. This experience was a meaningful example of the life-altering destructions my actions caused. I actually saw that everyone, including the community, is affected as a result. Serving as the AVP facilitator in the prison community has been a great responsibility that I still honor. It has given me a prideful duty to conduct myself accordingly at all times while leading by example. I've always expressed to my peers the benefits I've gained from now living as non-violently as possible, and how important it is that they attempt to do the same. Becoming a hospice volunteer was the most influential, life-changing program for me. Being a part of hospice truly realigned my heart and humanized me again. I was able to regain the value of honesty, compassion, and empathy. After taking their life and causing so much hurt and pain to others, this program matured my perspective on the value of life and the service to others. Hospice has allowed me to give back by providing palliative care and love and comfort to men experiencing the final stages of their life. Throughout my time in hospice, I sat with 7 men as they passed away. And each time I was blessed with experiencing moments of guilt followed by gratitude. The guilt stemmed from how I had no right to deprive another human being of their right to live, which would always lead me to thinking about Mr. Wiggins and Mr. Thomas not being here. Then there was the gratitude, which revealed just how precious the gift of life truly is, and that this was my second chance to fulfill my purpose. Thanks to hospice, it not only made me realize the value of my life, but that other people's lives are just as important. I truly cherish all that hospice gave me. From 2018 to 2023, I was a trainer for the American Vet Dog Program. During my tenure, I trained 12 puppies and dogs. It was an amazing experience just having a dog in that environment. I felt humanized every day. I truly appreciate being trusted to care for and develop a dog qualified enough to hopefully improve the quality of life of our nation's service women and men who were injured during their time of serving our country. It was such a privilege being a part of the mission because it allowed me to give back and show my gratitude to those who served, fighting for the same freedoms I did not respect. I was also extremely grateful for this opportunity because I felt a deep connection to my uncle who served. I felt as if I was honoring him and making him proud of me again. The structure and the commitment along with responsibility and patience I gained from this program is invaluable. I know these are all important tools that will help me succeed in life. I am proud to mention that I received my certification from the State Apprenticeship Council and Labor Department as an animal handler dog trainer. This achievement has reinforced my beliefs that I can be productive, which has contributed to my drive and determination to continue to accomplish all my future goals. I also assisted with co-creating and co-facilitating the Skills and Socialization Program, which is a peer-to-peer program whose mission is to help reduce recidivism. Through a 12-week curriculum, our focus was attempting to curb criminal thinking through self-development. Our sessions were centered around attitudes, community, self-respect, respect for others, and the hustle game. As we helped guide our peers on maturing and learning about themselves, I realized I was still maturing and learning about myself through each session being done. We had some very emotional but special moments in our groups. Guys would share their personal experiences growing up, as well as expressing their appreciation for the program because they knew we were true to who we were and we cared. Those moments always caused me to reflect and just want to be a better person. We would perform role plays to simulate different scenarios, like potential conflicts and how to handle them, mock job interviews, interacting with their peers and staff. We also provided reentry service information that will assist our participants with their reentry back into the community. Being allowed to run a program in that facility where we were able to give back through mentoring our peers and working with the young men housed in NYI was a great honor, and it helped our program flourish. It actually helped us bridge the gaps between inmate and staff, as well as the prison to community. And it was a great achievement for myself, and I'm grateful for Osborne community for allowing us to do so. In addition to all I've mentioned, I've also completed anger management, where we would discuss the differences between triggers and stressors, along with management skills. I became a mentor in this program as well. I enrolled in college through mail correspondence to pursue an associate's degree in business management from Ashworth College. I volunteered in the school, helping with students struggling with their behavior, self-esteem, and confidence in the classroom. I participated in the COPS program, speaking with high school students about the power of influences, the power of influence, the importance of making positive choices, and the consequences of poor decisions. I completed and mentored Tier 2 and Tier 4 recovery programs. I attended as well as co-chaired NNAA meetings. My time in addiction services, I learned about how a lapse in thinking can bring about a relapse in behavior. My time in addiction services has helped me maintain my sobriety, and this helps me stay active in my recovery daily. I've obtained a certification as a recovery coach through CCAR. I completed Threshold along with Good Intentions, Bad Choices. During my times in these groups, I learned about responding opposed to reacting and exhibiting self-control through conscious thinking. I completed a parenting program where I gained new skills that will assist me with reconnecting with my son, my nieces and nephews, my cousins, and youth in general. I learned about the struggles adolescents experience growing up without both parents. And lastly, I received my culinary arts and my ServSafe certification. I can honestly say that utilizing all these DLC programs to properly facilitate my rehabilitation process has helped me change in ways I wouldn't have been able to do on my own. I am grateful to my peers who helped me and the counselors who took their job serious enough to teach the core concepts of each program. It has been a long journey learning about myself, as well as a privilege on being a positive example to my peers. June of 2023, I became a level 2, and I made the decision to transfer to Cybulski Second Chance Reintegration Community so I could focus and continue further in my rehabilitation, as well as preparing for my transition back into society. This turned out to be a great decision and a huge contribution to my growth. While housed in E-Dorm, I participated in most of the unit programs, financial literacy, where I created a personal mission statement and learned about financial responsibilities, as well as creating a business plan, goals group, where it was reiterated how goals set and gives you a sense of direction in life, as well as the structure on how to write out your goals. These are just to name a few. Also, I was offered the opportunity to become a mentor in the community, which I eagerly accepted. I enjoy assisting my peers with their growth of finding themselves, along with discovering their purpose. So taking on this responsibility has been a great honor. Shortly after, I was granted outside clearance, where I was offered the opportunity to take part in the work furlough program. April 18, 2004, I was employed by Pursuit Aerospace Company, where I've been working for the past 7 months. In a matter of 2 months, with no prior experience, I worked my way up to being promoted to machine operator. And I just recently received my forklift certification. Upon my release, I will still have employment with this company. This opportunity has allowed me to get into the workforce sooner than expected, as well as create a true work ethic. I've been able to establish my independence, which I truly value. But what I've come to cherish the most about this opportunity is experiencing myself being a productive member of society daily and proving that I can now be trusted to conduct myself accordingly while in the community. Lastly, I'm currently one of 3 mentors. I'm currently one of 3 mentors who work with the young men housed in NYI through a program called Embrace, which stands for encouraging my brothers to reflect and change expectations. Our mentorship consists of us sharing our experiences about the bad choices we've made and the consequences that have followed, but also taking full responsibility for those actions. We have had heartfelt discussions about the hurt and pain we've caused others, along with the damage our communities have experienced due to our actions. What I really like is how we've been able to create a trusting space where those men feel comfortable sharing their own adverse life situations, but also their desires to want to live and succeed. I've explained to them my desire for them not to make the same life-altering choices and mistakes I've made. I've assisted with an 8-week curriculum ranging from who am I, taking personal responsibility and healing. Working with the youth is a huge passion of mine, and it's something I will continue once back in the community. This unit has allowed me to grow as a man, as well as help others in the process. I'm truly grateful for the unit and the staff who oversee it. Through my hard times and the losses that I just recently experienced, I've had support. I've had the support I need to sustain myself and remain optimistic. I believe I've taken full advantage of, all the great opportunities available in this community that will propel me forward with my future success. I made a lot of mistakes at a young age that I'm not proud of, but today I am no longer that foolish kid. I appear before you a 43-year-old man who has taken full responsibility for his past actions and has done all that's in my power to transform my life into what I was meant to be. My change has been far from simple. A lot of struggles, tears in night out. But through all the hard times, when it may have been easier to regress or just simply give up altogether, I continue to persevere and fight for the change I truly wanted. For the past 14 years, I have taken my rehabilitation personal and extremely serious. I truly regret all the wrong I've done. I am full of remorse and empathy for all those I've hurt. I now understand the magnitude of my actions and the consequences of making bad choices. But today, I also know the importance of making good decisions and remaining accountable. I've dedicated myself to continuous growth towards becoming a better man daily. In the process of my atonement, I've also contributed to the growth and welfare of others through mentorship. Today, I appear before you a transformed man. I will be a law-abiding citizen who will return back to the community as a productive member of society. I look forward to giving back by getting involved in youth programs and any other programs available. But first, my biggest contribution to the community and society as a whole would be my conduct. I have hurt and disappointed a lot of people. I must first build back trust and some credibility within the community before I am trusted to help others. But I promise you that when the time allows me to do so, I will be an asset to the community I once was a menace to. I understand that the decision that's being considered for me being granted parole is a heavy one, when taking into account all the past offenses I've committed, along with everyone affected by my actions. I am at the mercy of the board, hoping that today you've seen the remorse and regret in my heart that has transformed me. I am no longer a threat to others or the community. I am begging for opportunity to demonstrate in society the change individual I've displayed for the past 14 years of my incarceration. I've gone through an intense rehabilitation process that has allowed me to develop as a man. I've used my past experience, my past mistakes as examples on what not to do. Every day I diligently maintain a standard level of maturity, good values and conduct that can be an example of how one can change their life while incarcerated and hopefully one day return back to society a better individual. I would like to apologize in advance for at any point throughout this entire process I may have come across as if I was attempting to minimize what I've done. I just wanted to spare the family members and those I victimized for more hurt than I've already caused them. My rehabilitation has been formed solely around me taking full responsibility for all my past actions and all the people I've hurt in the process. It is in the fabric of who I am today, and I pray that you have been able to recognize that in me. Once again, I would like to thank the board for this hearing. You have given me a great opportunity to express my remorse, openly take full responsibility, and describe my rehabilitation process. I end this with the hopes that you can see a genuine maturation in me. I would like to thank my attorney, Ms. Hugo, for her efforts in preparing me for this hearing today. And lastly, to my family and friends, I thank you for your unconditional love and support. Again, I cannot say it enough of how sorry and remorseful I truly am to the Wiggins family, the Graham and Thomas family, and all those I robbed for how my past actions have affected their lives, and for the damage I've done in the community. This will stay with me for the rest of my life, serving as a reminder to never perpetuate the same negative behaviors I did 24 years ago. I will forever be on a journey towards redemption. I thank you.
All right, thank you for your statement, Mr. Mitchell. We did have that statement because you sent it to us in advance, so we appreciate you putting it on the record. In the interest of time, because we certainly want to be fair to the victims' families and we really want them to have the time to speak, I'm going to ask you to keep things brief, okay? We have all the information. We've reviewed your entire case file from the time of the arrest, through the trial, or not the trial, the court proceedings. We have all the documents from within the Department of Correction, in addition to the memorandum that Attorney Hugel sent along on your behalf. So we're very well versed in your case, in addition to all the information that you just covered for us. We do have some questions for you. When we're done with our questions, we're going to turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services because it's very important that we hear input from the victims' families. And then your attorney and the state's attorney will have the opportunity to give their statements, and we'll deliberate and give you our decision here today. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll begin with my colleague, Mr. Pohl. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very few questions. Mr. Mitchell did a great job covering everything he's accomplished and the depth to which he processed everything. There's a couple of things that I just want to comment on. There's two things that are, there's more than two things. There's what's really important to me is that you understand the impact of what you did, and certainly throughout your entire statement. You talked about the impact of what you did, and recognizing as well in your role as a mentor in Voices, there's a difference between talking about something and experiencing it, so it's, you just can't experience, a loss like that, let get, one of the things earlier in your life was that, with your older brother,
Yes, sir.
so to the extent that, both Mr. Thomas and Mr. Wiggins' families have been affected, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And it's about change. And the two programs for me that really exemplify the deepness of change. One is the hospice unit. Going through and actually people in DOC every day that are in the transition period. They're human beings. They have the right to die with dignity and respect. And to be able to be there after committing offenses like this, right? To really understand what that's about. To be able to care for somebody like that is really deep and important.
Yes, sir.
And as you shared, it makes you think differently, The other piece of that as well is, the vet dog program. It's like, you're giving a dog, a puppy. And any of us that have dogs, I just got one 2 weeks ago, the first time really in my life that I'm responsible for, a little life.
Yes, sir.
Knowing that what your job is to raise that little puppy to a dog that can actually be moved on and to give service to somebody who served their country.
Yes, sir.
That needs help, right?
Yes, sir.
In a way there, in a minor way, because there's a difference between a dog and a family member, right? But in that way, it's like you raise something you love, but then it's gone.
Yes.
And the other piece of that is to understand that by doing what you're doing, you're helping someone else be able to live their daily life.
Yes,
Someone
sir.
that needs the help and the support, that served our country and now needs the support of, an animal that can help them live their day-to-day life.
Yes.
That's incredibly important. And what's remarkable here as well is that these programs you've taken that are meaningful, they're just really meaningful programs, you have not only taken them, but you've risen to the level of mentorship in them. You not only processed what it is that you needed to process from this to affect the change that's obvious in what you've done, to then turn around and help someone else, right? With that. One of them, two of these programs are anger management and alternatives to violence, right?
Yes, sir.
Take somebody who's incarcerated, who hasn't done what you've done, to take them through alternatives to violence and anger management, to help them realize what you've realized.
Yes, sir.
To then go back out there and hopefully, you never know, but hopefully because of what they learned, they don't make choices when it comes to violence in people that they come across in the community, which would potentially create more victims.
Yes, sir.
So to be there and to actually take part in that and to try to help, right? And that really goes into as well, you know, you said, you talked about, you know, when you're released, you want to be involved in some type of youth program, right?
Yes, sir.
You have a unique perspective. You know, you can talk to some of our young people in a way that some people can't. You know, you can get through in a way that some people can't.
Yes, sir.
You know, and for you to be able to do that and be involved in something like that, you know, the potential is there once again.
Thank you.
So that there's another, you know, the Wiggins and the Thomas family. There's not another family that's created that has to go through what they've gone through, right?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Because you said, you know, it's you've taken responsibility and accountability. It's obvious that you feel what you feel about this, you know.
Yes, sir.
To just take that and to go out there and to do something with that. You know, that's what is going to honor Thomas and Mr. Wiggins for the long term, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
So, you've, you know, one of the things that I really liked as well here is that, you know, you were brought to level 2, you transitioned into Cybulski. How are things in Edom?
It's great. Being in a community every day with guys that's striving, and then you have the younger guys that's looking for guidance. So you have a lot of mature guys in that unit that's sitting down and running programs with them. I'm one of them. There's a lot of support in that community, and I'm blessed to be able to have got my application approved to be in that unit.
Right. And that's a good place to be.
Yes, sir.
You know, and is that, just to get my own head straight here, is that where you created skills of socialization?
No, sir, I was in Osborne, 2016.
I know one of the big things in E-Dorm is that if you're missing program, you create it.
Yep,
And,
yes, sir.
I mean, you pretty well outlined everything when it comes to release plan, programming, and everything related to it, and it's great. You know, one of the things, Pursuit Aerospace is doing remarkable things to help people who couldn't come out. You know, if you look at the offenses that you have, right, to come out into the community, it's like it's very easy to face collateral consequences where you can't find a job and you can't find a place to live because of that. And to be able to have Pursuit there that has given you a job that you can actually come out and make a living and such is really important. I don't have anything further, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pohl. I don't have a lot either, Mr. Mitchell, because I really do want to give my time and attention to the victims' family members. I will point out for the record that we received letters, reference letters from staff there, from an old coach. We received a letter from your 100-year-old great-grandmother. The list goes on. And of course, from your employer with an offer of employment for afterwards. You had excellent evaluations for everything that you did inside the community. And it's clear you've taken advantage of every program and opportunity that you could. I think, you know, we've already pointed out, and everyone acknowledges that you've done a lot of damage to the community. You know, you have a lot of repairing to do. And I certainly do hope, regardless of what you today, your sentence is almost over. I certainly do hope you're prepared to go out there and work hard and give back to the community.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Chance?
I have no comments. I agree with both of you.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we'll turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services. Ms. Vazquez, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. I do have a statement that one of the victims would like me to read. And then I am gonna offer the opportunity to see if somebody else would like to make a statement because they're also connected here via Teams. And it reads like this. Good afternoon to the esteemed members of the Parole Board and all those present today. Your impactful decision shapes lives, and I appreciate your dedication to justice. My name is Laura Wiggins, and I am one of Larry Wiggins' younger sisters. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on my brother's behalf. It saddens me to be here, as there is never a good time for this. It feels cruel that the last year we were called for a hearing just 3 days before my brother's birthday. And now we find ourselves here around the holidays, close to the anniversary of his murder. I disagree with this entire process. It feels inhumane, cruel, and inconsiderate towards the families of the victims. Yet, here we are. I plead with you to hear my cries through this letter. Writing a letter cannot capture the emotions I would like to convey by speaking, but I know my tears will make it difficult for you to understand my feelings. No one should have to endure this pain and lifelong trauma. Knowing how my brother was murdered makes it that much more unbearable when he didn't deserve to leave us in that manner. Where is my brother's second chance? He doesn't get one. What about his children? What will happen to the emotional state and well-being? Where do they go from here? We will never experience the warmth of his loving hugs, amazing smile, or the jokes that would make us laugh for hours. Larry was not ordinary. He was special. He had a big heart with the big dreams and plans, but now we will never know what they were. My brother attended the Million March, always seeking positive ways to get involved. I was blessed to have a big brother like Larry Wiggins for 26 years. Larry was loving, protective, exciting, outgoing, handsome, respectful, and so much more. Larry was not only my brother, but he was also my best friend. I never thought something like this could happen to someone as extraordinary as Larry. Raised by wonderful parents, he embodied respect, strong morals, and values. Larry inspired countless individuals, including me. He taught me the importance of having confidence and believing in myself, creating a mindset where nothing feels impossible. Sadly, that belief has diminished in the wake of his loss. The profound impact on my life and my family is undeniable, and we will never truly be the same without him. Larry was always the person we could rely on times of need. I've heard so many stories about his selflessness and generosity, showcasing he had touched countless lives while effortlessly balancing the needs of his own family. His legacy uplifts others, and it's a call to honor him by continuing that mission. With that, I ask how anyone justifies taking 2 lives that hold such immense value and then being considered for programs or even parole. This reality raises profound concerns and suggests that the worth of human life today has no value. Gun violence, a preventable epidemic that should have been recognized years ago, has now been acknowledged. It took the tragedy of neighborhoods unlike ours to bring this to light. Most murders start at a young age and continue through life, highlighting the importance of early intervention. I firmly oppose his consideration of parole and believe that it's not warranted. Thank you for listening to me today. I pray that my words have a strong impact on your decision. Sincerely, Laura Wiggins. At this time, I would like to offer the opportunity, Laura, if you would like to unmute yourself and that the person who's sitting next to you speak, if she wishes to do so.
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Larry Wiggins' mom, and I sat here and I listened to everything that this young man said he's accomplished. and he's asking for a second chance. Where's my son's second chance? You took that away from him. You took it away from his children. I'm the one that had to raise his children. I'm the one that had to hear, where's my dad? Why doesn't my dad come to see us? You served a certain amount of time, but my son, he doesn't get a second chance. I've gone to his grave site for all the time that you've been in jail. And it's not right. You not only took my son, you took someone else's child too. And now you think that you deserve a second chance. Like I said, where's my son's second chance? He doesn't deserve what you did to him. You tore our family apart. You hurt me so bad that I didn't want to live. And now you want to come out and live your life. What about my son? He's gone and he's not going to come back. I beg of you all, please, please, don't let this young man out so he can do what he did to somebody else's family, what he did to mine. If you have children, you want your children safe and you want your children protected. Please don't let him out because I lost him.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. This is all that I have for this case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, we will afford the opportunity to speak to the attorneys that are present at this time. We will begin with the state's attorney, Attorney Holmes. If you wish to make any comments, you may do so now.
Thank you. I do have just some brief comments. Just at the outset, I would like to say that as the board is aware, very often the state's opinion on these types of hearings is to oppose them. And that's often based on the seriousness of the underlying offenses. And in addition to that, I did want to just echo some of the sentiments that were expressed by the Wiggins family. From the state's perspective, it can be extremely difficult to look at a victim's family at the culmination of the trial process, whether it be a verdict at the end of a trial or a plea. And when they think that they have closure and they think that everything is over and at least that chapter is done, to have to tell them, in fact, there will be appeals, there will be a habeas, there will be a sentence modification, a sentence review, and then likely, possibly at some point, a parole hearing. So while I certainly can't say that on a personal level, I can understand the pain of the Wiggins family, I can at least relate to that and how difficult that is. And I'm aware, unfortunately, all too aware that for victims' families, there really never is closure. And some of that is just because of the way that this process works. That being said, I will say that I also reviewed the materials that have been provided, and I do appreciate the comments that Mr. Mitchell made today. I do appreciate his remarks and his remorse. I appreciate all of the work that he has done, and particularly the work around mentoring other individuals. So many of the crimes that we see here in New Haven and the other cities in Connecticut are committed by young people, very young people. So the extent to which Mr. Mitchell has done any work with that population, the state certainly appreciates that. That being said, none of that can undo all of the damage that has been caused. And none of that can wash that away. I know that the board is well aware of the underlying facts of these cases, and so I don't want to belabor that. But I would just point out how just tragic it is that the first incident that Mr. Mitchell was convicted of occurred in January of 2001, and that was the death of Larry Wiggins. And unfortunately, that was not an opportunity at that time for Mr. Mitchell to reflect on his actions and realize that he needed to change, because it was not until October of 2021 when he and 4 other individuals shot into a crowd, injuring 5 people and then killing John Thomas. In the ensuing days, there were also those strings of armed robberies that Mr. Mitchell made reference to. So in addition to taking those 2 lives, Mr. Mitchell also affected the lives of those individuals that were robbed, and they did have to to carry the burden and the trauma that that caused. It was already referenced by Mr. Mitchell and members of the board, but the consequences of his actions also affected the community, and there's a ripple effect there. It's not just about the direct victims, but the community at large. And it does sound like Mr. Mitchell has expressed some understanding of that and a desire to change that. But that is an extremely poignant point for us, especially in the state's attorney's office, because we see that so often with so many other cases. I would also just note that in addition to the victim statements that we heard today at the initial sentencing, there were additional comments made by the other victims just in terms of the trauma that has been caused to them. And I did want to also point out that Mr. Mitchell did make a comment about how some of his remarks today were very different than those at sentencing. And the state did notice that, because having read the transcript at the initial sentencing, I did note that Mr. Mitchell did seem to have a hard time accepting what happened with Mr. Wiggins. And I know that at that time, Mr. Mitchell did view that as an act of self-defense, that there was an exchange back and forth with the loved ones of Mr. Wiggins. So that did strike the state in terms of my hearing that, in that Mr. Mitchell obviously has reflected on that and recalls his behavior then, and obviously the strain and the stress that called the family in the courtroom. And I certainly do appreciate that. So, just in closing, I did want to note to the board that Mr. Mitchell did receive a sentence modification. I know that that is one of the statutory factors to consider, that was granted by Judge Vitale in 2002. And that in granting that sentence modification, Judge Vitale did seem to contemplate that would create a situation where Mr. Mitchell would be eligible for parole at an earlier date than he would otherwise. And his remarks were that he felt that he had earned that right and that he had earned the opportunity to ask for this. So regardless of what the board does today, as was already mentioned, I know that Mr. Mitchell will be released into the community relatively soon. His sentence will be up relatively soon. So I would just close with this. I just really hope that Mr. Mitchell's comments today were sincere, that he means what he says in terms of his remorse, but also what his intentions are going forward, that he is being given a second chance, whether it's today or at a later date, to live his life, to have a positive impact in the community. As you heard from the Wiggins family today, their loved one is not able to do that. And so I sincerely hope that whenever it is that Mr. Mitchell is released, that he does work as hard as he can to be a positive figure in the community, to explain his situation, what he did, and to do the best that he can and everything in his power to try to help other people and to ensure that this does not happen to other families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Holmes. At this time, Attorney Ethiel, if you have any remarks you'd like to make, you may do so now.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, board. Thank you for this opportunity to address you on behalf of Marquis. First, to the victims' families, those that are present and those that are not present, we acknowledge that this process is very difficult on you guys. And that Marquis's behalf, I want to let you know that he does acknowledge the contributions to your pain and your suffering, to your sorrow, his wish for your healing, and hopefully your acceptance of his extreme remorse for your loss. Next, I just need to talk about a couple of inaccuracies that are on the DIS. One inaccuracy is that it states that he had a 2-year-old daughter at the time of sentencing. He does not have a 2-year-old daughter, or did not have a 2-year-old daughter. He only has a son who was 6 months old at the time of his sentencing, who's now 23. He's in college, and as he mentioned in the statement, he's reconnecting with. And then also an inaccuracy with the substance abuse. He does acknowledge that he used PCP and at one instance, and ecstasy at 3 instances. Those occurred after the age of 18 and stopped at the time of his arrest for the underlying offenses, which again was at 19. He admits to abuse of marijuana. As the DIS mentioned, it was his substance of choice. And the last time he abused marijuana was during a cited disciplinary ticket for intoxication, which was in November 2010, which was 14 years ago. I note these inaccuracies and to make those clarifications for two reasons, just so that the board knows that Marquis does not take the need for family support for granted, as he mentioned in his very thorough statement, and that he's taking his recovery and sobriety very, very seriously.
Thank you.
Again, he does not take this opportunity to come before the board lightly, and his remorse is not newly found. He's taking responsibility for his conduct and has expressed remorse from sentencing. I will not belabor it because he has, again, given a very thorough statement. And he's talked about the programs in which he's participated in, both as a participant and as a mentor. And again, I will not belabor it because he's also spoken about it. The board itself has mentioned those things. One last thing is, again, he's been proactive about the reentry into the community, understanding that the number of years that he's been incarcerated will make the transition not easy, but he's willing to do the work. He's shown that he's willing to do the work. He has the support of his wife, his family, and others to help mentor him in the same way in which he has mentored others. And then finally, one of the goals of sentencing, besides deterrence, retribution, and incapacitation, is rehabilitation. Marquis has worked very hard on his rehabilitation, and I urge the members of the board to grant early release so that he can use the skills that he's learned, the skills that he's discussed and talked to the board about, to gain in his rehabilitation, to work within the community, and continue a life of restitution to the lives of the people within the community. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Mitchell, at this time, the panel will enter into deliberation. It's an open deliberation, so you can listen to it. When we're done discussing your case, we'll come back to you with our decision.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Pohl, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Many of my comments I made during my portion of questioning during the hearing. Certainly the victims in this case were feel a great loss.
Yeah.
One that can't be made up for, you know. And really hear that. What Mr. Mitchell has been able to accomplish here is rehabilitation, kind of rehabilitation that 23-169 calls for. He not only engaged in rehabilitation for himself, but he's also gotten the knowledge and the experience that he's had and shared it with others in a mentoring kind of way, which, you know, I appreciate, you know, the State's Attorney's Office and talking about a ripple effect, right?
Yeah.
Because what Mr. Mitchell has been able to do during incarceration is turn around that ripple effect. You know, because of his mentorship and engagement with other incarcerated people who have not had offenses that are as damaging as Mr. Mitchell's, he's been able to help others resolve what he's been able to resolve before they commit an offense like this. His remorse and his very felt acceptance of responsibility and accountability in the situation is something that certainly we seek. You know, we look for that, and it's really important that it's there. He, I did mention his engagement with hospice, with the vet dog program, which are a couple of very big things. His reduction in levels in terms of security, which facilitated his transfer to Cybulski, and being put in the Second Chance Storm as somebody who is a mentor in the Second Chance Storm, who further that ripple effect and helping others deal with what they need to deal with, so that when they go out, there's less of a chance that more victims are created. That's a really important thing. Mr. Mitchell's look at what he wants to do for a release plan, going to a halfway house, engaging in counseling, understanding that he needs support, is wanting to engage with NA and CCAR are really good pieces of a solid release plan. And certainly his the career that he's been able to open himself up to with what he's doing now is really important. Based upon that, I would support Mr. Mitchell's role as part of 23-169.
Thank you. And I agree with everything you said. He certainly meets the criteria set forth in the Public Act by the legislators. I do want to thank the victims' family members for coming forward and just say that I am sorry for the additional pain that this process has caused you. Ms. Chance?
So I just want to echo my sympathy for the family who came forward today, feeling that each time these hearings are held, that it's a negative impact on them. I can certainly appreciate that. And I'm also looking at the 23-169, and I just focused on two areas, rehabilitation and education. And I think Mr. Mitchell has met all the statutory requirements. And I think what was, what I thought I appreciated with him was the skills that he developed, as a mentor and turning around and providing palliative care. How many of us can say we can do that today? And he's an exceptional worker. He's been employed by Pursuit Aerospace, and he has, developed mentorship skills that he can go back and provide to other young people in the community. And as he was speaking, I'm referring back to the young 23-year-old that we're currently waiting for them to get a hold of him. And I'm hoping that people like Mr. Mitchell can go out and provide assistance in the community to help these young men who are so connected with gun possession. So based on the requirements of 23-160, I would be in favor of.
Thank you. Okay, other than co-defendants at halfway house and the victims and family members, is there anything further?
So based upon what was in the sentence mod, mental health evaluation and treatment, which would cover the.
Yeah, I did. I had that too.
Okay. In the matter of Marquis Mitchell, inmate number 288044, I'll move to grant parole effective November 22nd, 2024, with the following additional conditions. You're to have no contact with your co-defendants, Frankie Jones, Michonne Green, Marquise Kelly, Shante Little, Trevor Franklin, or Edwin Torres. You'll parole to a halfway house. You'll participate in a mental health evaluation and treatment as it's deemed necessary. No contact with victims of the robbery, initials KH, AH, or JF, and no contact with the family members of victims JT or LW. I'm not going to list them all on the record. Is there anything further? Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Mitchell, you'll get all of this in writing. Be patient. Someone will reach out to you about Halfway House placement for you. This is a very difficult case and decision, but we thank everyone for their participation here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Committee number 280 4 and 283.